Hello, hello, all. We're still in a bit of ads. I need you to come back. There we go. Hoping everyone's having a good day. We're on day 4 of 5 of the affiliate stuffs. This is basically, ideally, the last calmer thing for the affiliate stuffs, because tonight will be repo with a bunch of people, and then tomorrow we will be doing the King of the Castle, which ideally will have a bunch of people playing off, and then we're going to end it with the Ocarina of Time collab that we are trying to make sure works after my time with Polly yesterday. So, to explain what went down yesterday, if they're there. Yep, I've been doing a lot of peek recently. It's how I've been ending a lot of stuff. There's a non-zero chance that after repo, there will be more peek tonight too. There will probably be no peek tomorrow night though. We're gonna be lucky to get the Ocarina of Time done in 5 or 6 hours. But to explain what happened with Ocarina of Time yesterday, Holly and I had tested it, and it was working. What I had not realized was that between me sending out files to Wackerly and me sending out files to Holly, the build had changed. I really appreciate their work on this, but as far as I can tell, the person running the GitHub for this branch just updates their original post with the new builds and doesn't actually keep track of any build changes. So it was completely not obvious that there was any new builds made for this game. And from what I can tell, and from some of people's comments, there are some bugs in the new build that are blocking some settings. It seems like it will work. I'm going to lose sound anytime I click out of here. It seems like it will work, but I am trying to figure out if we can go on the old build instead, because the old build has a bunch of settings that I want to use. And as far as I can tell, the original Anchor build is still on the old update. It hasn't been updated to the current stuffs yet. So if we aren't using this branch, we're not going to have options to stuff like grass shuffle, tree shuffle, boulder shuffle, locked doors, boss souls, is a bunch of stuff that the last update had. So I've been working on the background trying to fix that too. And yeah, ship is a decompilation project, yeah. Hello, Polly. We will get it working. I know that much. How hellish our settings are will depend on which version of the game we can get working. But in general, yeah, I was talking about ship and why our thing wasn't working, Polly, and how we are still trying to resolve that tonight. I need to do more work into that. But I think that aside from V, all of us have the version I usually use, and I still have the files for the original version, so if V doesn't have it, as long as they're on Windows, I can send them the Windows build for it. Wackerly was indeed on Linux, but I don't think Wackerly has the base files. And I slept alright, Red. How about you? Yeah, this one's the Ocarina of Time one. The Majora's Mask one is a completely different project that is still being worked on as well. And I'm not sure what broke it. It is very hard finding update data on this thing. As far as I know, I think they were trying to add something new to it. And yeah, you could always recommend stuff for running Windows programs on Linux. The only thing I know for that is wine. I do not know anything else on it. I don't run Linux aside from my Steam Deck. But I would be surprised if anyone knows this game. So this game is Majotori. The company has made a bunch of other little games that are fun. But the basic premise of this we are a witch trying to grant people wishes to make their lives better. And there is a coherent connecting story for a lot of these characters. But in order to make our magic work, we have to solve trivia. So I'm going to be trying to give time for everyone to shout out trivia answers and just hope we can all have fun with this. I played this game back near release in 2018 or so. So I remember it being cute, I remember it being fun, and I'm not going to remember the trivia answers outright. So I've been wanting to showcase this game for a while because I believe these devs make a lot of wonderful games that just don't get a lot of traction. Yeah, the Pro-Chen that the Steam Deck uses has evolved so much since it first released and is really solid in general. Should just delete the first one, and we're going with save one. A girl was born. Her name was Ava. Ava grew up with her mother. Never knew her father. I can't actually remember if there's a timer on the questions. I don't think there is. Her mother would always tell her stories about princesses living in magic kingdoms. One day, Ava decided she wanted to be a princess. She closed her eyes and wished for it really hard. When she opened them again, she saw a little witch in front of her. I am Lariat, the witch, and I'm here to offer you a deal, she said. Play a game of trivia with me, and I'll make your wish come true. Every wrong answer will be a chance of something bad happening instead. With a bit of doubt in her heart, Ava accepted the deal, and the trivia began. Saw lots of non-games with it as well. Maintain own force baseline. I think turn down the music just a little bit more. It at least seems loud in my head. So the trivia in this game, like the fun of this game, the trivia in this game ranges from basically all nerd categories. Not pawns is all you know. Yeah. It's been a while since I've done trivia or chess. I want to say it's the king and queen in the center, followed by the knights, followed by the bishops, followed by the rooks. Yes, Polly. I want audience participation. Absolutely. Not only is backsitting allowed, it is what I want to have happen. I want this as a little community game with everyone. What is Genos in the anime One Punch Man? There is a bunch of anime questions in here that are going to be dated to about 2017, 2018. I absolutely know this one. No idea. So, for anyone that hasn't seen One Punch Man, it is a great gag comedy. And yes, absolutely a cyborg in this one. What does the acronym RAM mean when referring to computer components? Real analog mode, right application microchip, random access memory, or raw algorithm module? And the only reason I know this one is because there's a video game about this. It is random access memory, yes.
Hi, how are you?
Which of these is not a naval video game? Fate Grand Order, Kentucky Collection, Azure Lane, shipped. Hello, Glitch. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome back. So I know these two. I don't actually know shipped. But yeah, Fate is not a naval video game. Sucks that you'll eventually roll higher, Glitch. Unless you truly have glitched all of it. Where did Frederick Chopin die? Now, this one I don't know, but there is a PS3 RPG called Eternal Sonata that is actually based around Chopin's life. And that is why I not pronounce his name at all. I'm seeing a D. Not seeing anything else. So we're gonna end up going with D. Nope. It was Paris. In which of these video games is there a corporation called Hyperion? Halo 4, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Deus Ex Machina, or Human Revolution, or Borderlands? This one I definitely know the answer to. Any of these rigged? So does Borderlands. They are a major corporation in the game, and I have played all the Borderlands games because I enjoy numbers go up and power go up in random loots. What is the name of Jotaro's stand in the anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders? JoJo no Kimio no Bakken Part 3 Stardust Crusaders. It is. Borderlands 3 is very cheap right now. The Fool, The World, Silver Chariot, or Star Platinum. We're getting a bunch of Star Platinums in here. A lot of JoJo fans. Always great to see. JoJo is a lot of fun. Another chess question. What pieces move only diagonally in chess? I think this is an easier chess question than last time. Bishops, knights, pawns, rooks. Yep, this one is bishops. The bishops move on the diagonal. What color is the hair of the main character in the anime Mushishi? A very lovely fantasy slice of life series, for the record. Black, green, white, pink. So if anyone's never seen the anime Mushishi, it is this story about a guy that goes around investigating cases with these strange creatures called Mushi that can do various things, such as basically cursing people or kind of stimulating life. I take it you've seen some of this, Red? So the correct answer to this one, I know, is white. If no one had said white, though, I was going to choose pink. Yeah, part of the reason I enjoyed this game is their trivia choices mostly hit my wheelhouse pretty well, but it was kind of cute just going through this game and seeing positive and negative things happen from your trivia. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. The next day, the king came to Ava's house surrounded by the press. He claimed to be Ava's secret father and asked her mother to come live with him. Since her father was a king, it turned out that Ava was a princess. So, we can either continue Ava's story, go meet Umberto, or go hang out with Gloria. And yes, as you can see with Ava being here, what happened in that first one does affect our future choices. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed when I played through this game. Gloria. Okay, I'm gonna go with the first one I see. There's a reason I kind of want to showcase this one. That's fair, Red. We'll probably go back to Ava first, or soon enough. I think there's only 37 characters or choices to this. We might get through it all in the 4 hours or so. But I also played this without spending time waiting for chat to respond to stuff and reading out everything, so my timing of this is probably off in my head. Gloria was exploring an ancient Inca temple. As she finished putting her foot down, the floor tiles sank. Oh, please don't let it be a trap, she wished. Then, a witch appeared before her. Larry offered her a deal and Gloria accepted it. Gonna be sad if we get this one wrong, huh? Which of these is not a race or species in the video game The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask? A Goomba, Deku, Goron, or human? I'm gonna guess that our connection is Cruz, if I recall right. Remy. I believe that's where I met you from. So we're thinking human? I don't recall any Goombas in there, but... That's what I was saying. Yeah, you were right, Remy. What is the name of the main character in the movie The Shining? Stephen, Robert, Kevin, Jack. Yep, I've met a lot of cool people through Cruz, and Cruz has met a lot of cool people through me. And yeah, as far as I know, this one's Jack. I only know it because of memes. Who is Samus's archenemy in the video game series Metroid? Ridley, Mother Brain, Kraid, or Metroid? Yep. We have 2 Ridleys, 1 Metroid, 3 Ridleys. Okay. My guess would have been Mother Brain for the record. I'm going with Ridley. You are correct. Ridley did get added to Smash, yeah. I know Mother Brain is an enemy, but sadly, the knowledge of Mother Brain that I mostly know is from the cartoon Captain N, or whatever, the Game Master, because I watched like 5 episodes of that horrendous show. You met Cruz through Loki? Yeah, as far as I know, Loki, Natsuru, and Cruz are all really good friends. And I met Loki through Cruz. What is the sum of the angle of 3 triangles in a triangle? Yep, it is D. And if you ever kind of doubt this, a right triangle is an easy way to remember this, because a right triangle has the 90 on the right corner, and then both other corners are 45s. The movie Serenity was a continuation of which television series? Firefly, Community, Dexter, Black Mirror. Nope, that is totally fair, Red. No clue? Yep, it is Firefly. Hey, Metal! Community's getting a movie. It's finally fulfilling its thing of 6 seasons in a movie. Didn't know that. What civilization built the Machu Picchu Citadel? Aztec, Egyptian, Inca, Olmec. Yeah, the comedy was Joe McHale. They announced that they're doing a movie for it properly. Hello, Malvex. Aztec. Yeah, I'm between A and C myself. We're seeing a decent number of Aztecs. So I'm just gonna go with the Aztec. Nope, it was Inca. Which of these fruits give you the least points in the arcade video game Pac-Man? Grapes, cherries, strawberries, orange. Strawberry? Strawberry? We are seeing strawberries. Yeah, I can answer this one. Nope, it is cherries. Zombie Kitty got that one. What is peculiar about the characters of Otherworld in the movie Coraline? They have buttons for eyes, their mouths are shown closed, they don't cast a shadow, their clothes are made of cobwebs. This one is mostly they have buttons for eyes, which I know this is the correct answer. In which of these anime is there a character named Reina? Sound Emporium, Hibiki Emporium, The Promised Neverland, Naruto, or Death Note? I don't know, Reina, Tekken. I believe it is A, though I wouldn't be surprised if there's technically one in Naruto somewhere. There are so many extra characters in Naruto. Alright, Gloria's got a 70% chance. Oh, Gloria. Gloria. Sorry, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Gloria brought up her foot carefully. She heard a weird noise coming from the ceiling. Before she could react, a dozen of poison snakes landed on her. It was an agonizing death. Yes, our failure can mean characters' deaths. So Ava, Coralt? Don't know that name. Or Juliet. Alright, take a good nap, Red. We'll see you in about 45. We'll be here for a bit. Ava? Alright. Little Princess Ava lived surrounded by luxury at the royal palace. One day, Ava realized that she was admired by the princesses from the stories, but she was admired by no one. She admired the princesses. She closed her eyes and wished to become fair, wise, and graceful, so she can then be an admired princess. When she opened them again, there was Lariat. Ava accepted the deal once more. What is special about the main character in the video game Lost Odyssey? He can rewind time, he's a robot, he's immortal, or he can see the future. How many Lost Odyssey players are there? I am still mad at Microsoft for this one, for never porting this to PC. It is a very solid game. Kind of like an alternate Final Fantasy's entry. No idea. I will say, Bruce, we're going to turn this into a 50-50. You haven't hit it yet. It is neither he can rewind time or he can see the future. He is either a robot or he's immortal. If no one knows this one, I will pick it. Oh, Jonesy got it. No one's really clearly gunning for anything. So one of the things with Lost Odyssey is half of the characters in your main party are immortals, the other half are not immortals, and how the two different halves play are actually different. Despite being immortals, though, you can still be knocked out in combat. Who composed The Ride of the Valkyries? Wagner, Chopin, Stravinsky, or Mozart? Or Tchaikovsky. We have a C, we have an A. I'm gonna go with whatever tiebreaker we see. Not D? I can agree with not D. I do not believe it was Mozart. We have a split between A, B, and C. Alright, we got 2 for A, so we're gonna go with A. That is correct. I actually couldn't remember which one of the 3 it was. What are the antagonists called in the movie Transformers? Anti-Spiral, Sparks, Mighty Morphins, or Decepticons? Oh look, people know them as the Decepticons. I'm not gonna wait too long on that one. What is the name of the treasure in the main characters look for in the video game Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge? Ron Gilbert, Monkey Island, La Espinosa Grande, or Big Whoop? I've played this game, but it's been so long. Seeing a bunch of C's, so we're gonna go C. Nope, it is the Big Whoop. Hey, Remy. You might be a little bit behind if you're just posting Decepticon now. Okay, you're caught up a little bit more. Yeah, very LucasArts. Which of these movies shows the training of a platoon of Marines? District 9, Serenity, 300, or Full Metal Jacket? So I can tell you without a doubt, it's not Serenity. But yeah, Full Metal Jacket, I believe, is a war movie, so that would make the most sense. District 9 is a space movie, like aliens invading type movie. Who was the last Queen of France before the French Revolution? Victoria, Elizabeth II, Isabella I, or Marie Antoinette? Bunch of D's coming in. We're gonna go with D. Let them eat cake. I've actually seen this since I got this game. What is Kuriko's ability in the anime Kuriko's basketball? I'm butchering this name. To never fail a shot, to make the opponent's trip, to not be noticed, to jump really high. Anyone seen this one? It's kind of a ridiculous one. So the confused C's actually have it. His superpower is to go unnoticed, so can kind of just vanish around the court and be where he needs to be. He's pretty good at shooting too, but it is straight up, he's not noticed on the court. He is the 5th player that no one sees. That's fair, Zombie Kitty. What is the delay in the transmission of information on a network called? Algorithm, recursion, latency, or concatenation? Yes, I think all of us gamers know that this is latency at this point. In which of these video games is the world not procedurally generated? Demon's Souls, No Man's Sky, Dwarf Fortress, or Minecraft? Bruce with B, everyone else with A. It is, in fact, Demon's Souls. The entire universe of No Man's Sky was procedurally generated. It is indeed, Jumby. Alright, we only have one wrong. If Ava doesn't succeed, it's gonna be sad. But I think we're good. Nope, never mind. We have been spited. Sorry, said Lariat. And then she vanished. In the following years, adolescence struck Ava in a powerful way. Her grace disappeared, and she became ugly and lazy. She got awful grades in high school. Instead of admiring her, people despised her. It was so bad that she ruined the good image of the royal family. Alright. Umberto, Juliet, or continuing Ava's story. She didn't die, so we get another chance with her. Dwarf Fortress Reservoir. Try Ava again. I think I'm gonna have to buy Dwarf Fortress eventually. I have been tempted about Dwarf Fortress for a while. It seems like the type of game I would enjoy, but it also unfortunately seems like a kind of lifestyle game where you just have so much to do, get sucked in it. The image of the royal family had been declining since Princess Ava became ugly and ignorant. The Republican movement pursuing the obligation of the monarch became really strong. So strong that it eventually forced the government to hold a referendum on the matter. Ava's title as a princess was at stake. It'd be a shame if your first wish got ruined, said Lariat, peering from the ceiling. Want to play again? Who plays the main character in the movie The Truman Show? Tom Cruise, Jim Carrey, Matt Damon, or Tom Hanks? We're hearing a lot of Jim Carreys. I think it's Jim Carrey. How many swords does the main character in the Final Fantasy game, or the video game, Final Fantasy VII use? 1 sword, 2 sword, 3 sword, 4 sword. The correct answer to this is actually about 20, I think it is. But assuming that they are going for just mentioning his Buster Sword, I think he technically picks up Sephiroth's sword at some point too, but because I mean, arguably, he has different equipment and uses different swords. What character does actor Harrison Ford play in the Star Wars movies? Han Solo, Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, or Luke Skywalker? I'm not gonna wait too long on this one. I don't think you even have to have seen a Star Wars movie to have a good chance of knowing Han Solo is played by Harrison Ford. What is the name of the kidnapped kid you try to rescue in the video game Heavy Rain? Ethan, press X to Jason, Scott, or Sean? Now the question is, I don't actually know if it's Jason or Sean. We're pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm like, I think it might actually be Sean. I just had to go with press X to Jason. There we go. Yeah, it is Sean. But I assume most of you know the meme press X to Jason. In what century is Disney's Pocahontas set? 15th, 19th, 12th, or 17th? Throwing Roman numerals at us. Yeah, like, logically it should be the 19th. Just thinking about the setting for, you know, the pilgrims and whatnot. We have a couple for this. Oh yeah, Roman numerals were completely unnecessary for this. Oh yes, press X to Sean was, or press X to Sean was also a meme. I did not know that one. I just know the video of it glitching and yelling Jason repeatedly. What does QB offer the main character in the anime Rulia Magica Modica Magica? Or Modica Magica. To grant her a wish, to kiss her, to turn her into a witch, or to save her life. And this is sadly one of the shows that I have failed to watch properly, but I know a lot about. I'm actually decently split between A and C. Yeah, I've heard it's really good. I need to get around to watching it. Sally and I started it a few times and just got distracted. Automod, we will allow climax in this case. There's nothing wrong with that. Learn context. Yep, you got automated because of the word climax. So it's definitely between A or C. I think we got the A's out first, so we'll go with that one. Who is the main villain in the video game Castlevania Symphony of the Night? Death, Dracula, Alucard, or Medusa? B. Yes. Now we have a bunch of C's. Not by my hand that was once given flesh. Yes. C is the main character who is trying to slay Dracula. In which of these anime movies is there a dragon that grows by absorbing magic? My Neighbor Totoro, Akira, Princess Mononoke, Little Witch Academia. Playing game as death would be awesome in Castlevania game. Bunch of C's, a D. I've seen Little Witch Academia 2 or 3 times now. I'm trying to remember if there's even a dragon in it. But I also don't really remember a dragon in Princess Mononoke. But we have more Mononokes than not. If there is a dragon, I want to say it's the character that lives in a basement and just kind of eats witches, but I think it does absorb magic. Yep. Anyone that said D had that one correct. What was the first virtual reality game of the Half-Life series? Half-Life Episode 2, Half-Life Deathmatch, Half-Life Episode 1, or Half-Life Alyx? Yeah, I don't remember a dragon in Princess Mononoke, but I'm kind of going with committee votes. Alright, Ava only has 1 X here again. No, there was like a 10-year gap between Alyx and the previous one. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. The results of the referendum were announced. Supporters of the monarchy won by a slight margin. Ava's child's princess was safe. After the defeat, the Belgian movement lost its strength, or else she was not threatened again throughout Ava's life. So we have Juliet, Fatima, or Yvette. And I'm going to butcher some of these names. I apologize in advance. Right, we got a name out there. We're going to go with this one. Fatima is now on her way to becoming a rock star. After years of hard work and persistence, she had finally managed to find herself a growing fan base. Just when everything seemed to go well for once, a tragedy was announced at its arrival. Her hair was becoming thinner and weaker, and was starting to fall off. She knew very well that her image was the biggest part of her appeal. She could go nowhere without her music. She needed her mane to succeed. She wished that her hair was stronger. Then, a witch with beautiful mane appeared on the mirror. The witch offered Fatima a deal, and she accepted it. Yes, indeed, Team Fortress 2 is not a Half-Life game. What year is the animated series Futurama set in? 4000, 3000, 2000, 6000. Is indeed the year 3000. Fry is celebrating 1999 and is sent 1,000 years into the future. How many Pikmin can you control simultaneously in the video game Pikmin? As a reminder, when this game was made, Pikmin 3 did not exist. A25, B100, C50, D10. Yeah, technically time advances. I honestly have no clue on this Pikmin one. I have not played it properly. So I have 1 vote for C, 1 vote for A. Playing Persona 5 with the GameCube controller as we speak. Nice. Alright, another vote for C. You want to play Pikmin but haven't yet? That is fair. It is on my list to eventually play. I think I have one of them on the Switch. Alright, 2 C's to 1 A. We're gonna go with the C's. It is apparently 100. Played Rainbow Six Siege once with a GameCube controller. Fun. Which of these is not one of the main characters in the animated series Recess? TJ, Ashley, Georgina, or Vince? Yeah, the only thing I can tell you for sure is it's not A. TJ is a character in Recess. I remember that much. TJ is the main. It's C or D. Oh, we got a beep coming in too. I think we're gonna go with C. Regina. What city is known as the Big Apple? San Francisco, New York City, London, Hong Kong, or whatever city that Apple Corporation is actually set in? Yes, this is New York City. Nice, easy one. What year was the movie Forrest Gump released in theaters? 1987, 1990, 1983, or 1994? Yes, Forrest Gump at the minimum is 21 years old. Yeah, I want to say it's at least a 90s movie, and 94 feels right. Yep. We got it. Who was the first president of the United States? Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, or Old Wooden Teeth George Washington? Though there's always debate whether or not those were wooden teeth or made from the teeth of other things. Roosevelt was our goat. To what is Japan renamed in the anime Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellions? Skypiea, Britannia, Area 11, or Konoha? Actually not sure where Area 11 is from. Konoha is Naruto, Skypiea is One Piece. We're actually getting good chunks of Area 11. The Britannia is like England and whatnot, isn't it? So it could be Area 11. You are correct. What do we mostly have? A bunch of B's and some C's. I think... No. Britannia is definitely Code Gas. It's all hail Britannia. But I want to say it's the representation of like Europe and whatnot. So Area 11 could be right. So we're gonna go with that one. Yeah, Skypiea is One Piece, and that's why I couldn't remember Area 11. What dog breed is the main character in the movie Hachigo Monogatari? Corgi, Husky, Retriever, Akita. Yeah, Konoha is Naruto. Hachiko Monogatari, so basically the story of Hachiko. I don't know this at all. Corgi, if you were asking me Cowboy Bebop, that's a Corgi. We're getting some D's in here. Kita does sound like a very Japanese braid. And it was correct. What is Luffy's crew called in the anime One Piece? The Pirate Kings, the Red Lines, the One Pieces, or the Straw Hats? Mugiwara, I believe, is the Japanese term for their crew. It is indeed the Straw Hats. Alright, 90% chance. Only one that's not great for us. We were saved this time. That's fair for Turius. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. But the next morning, Fatima could already feel it. Her hair was thick and strong and filled her with energy. The next concerts were an absolute success. People adored her, and nothing could get in her way to becoming a rock star. They're mowing outside for me. So we have Sebastian, Fatima, or Wooly. Alright, we will go with Wooly. If the mowing gets through on my mic, I apologize. Wooly was a loser with no future. He didn't continue studying after high school and hadn't done anything productive ever since. He was lazy and spent his days playing video games. It was only a matter of time before he'd be forced to work as a soul-crushing, badly paid job. What if he made his lifestyle profitable? He was in the internet era and knew plenty about video games. If he managed to create a popular video game channel, he could make a living. Alright, Zombie Kitty, I hope you have a wonderful day at work. Thanks for hanging out, and potentially see you later while we're messing around with Repo. Determined, Wooly recorded himself playing, edited the video, and uploaded it to the internet. He was focused on the view counter, wishing so hard for it to go up, that a witch appeared on the screen. She offered him the best deal of his life. What is the name of Belle's horse in Disney's animated movie, Beauty and the Beast? Philippe, Roger, Maurice, Gaston. Yeah, Gaston is strong as a barge and can eat 3 dozen eggs. We'll go with Philippe. That seems to be correct. I barely remember there's a horse in that movie. Who is the author of the tale The Emperor's New Clothes? Neil Gaiman, Ernest Hemingway, Hans Christian Andersen, Wilhelm Grimm. I'm not sure of this one on top of my head. I have a guess. Yeah, like, it doesn't feel like a Grimm one. I'm in between Ernest Hemingway or Hans Christian Andersen, but I'm leaning Hans Christian Andersen. How many Mario Party video games were released for the Nintendo 64? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Yep, it is in fact 3 of them. As number 4 starts on the GameCube. In which of these movies is there a character named Vincent Vega? Fight Club, GoldenEye, The Godfather, Pulp Fiction. And I got no clue on this one. Granted, I've only properly seen 2 of these movies, and I didn't super like one of them. Fight Club's the one that I didn't super like when I watched it. Want to see all these at some point and still haven't. We have a guess for C. We will just go with C. It does feel like something that could be from either The Godfather or Pulp Fiction. Go with C. We got more votes for the people saying Pulp Fiction are correct. In which of these animes are there no giant robots? Eureka 7, Gurren Lagann, Code Geass, Lucia the Rebellion, or Monster? It is indeed D. Eureka 7 has kind of snowboarding robots. Gurren Lagann has the robots that are designed to pierce to the heaven. Code Geass is all about robots too. It is Monster. The Down to Life series that I still don't know why hasn't been turned into an American TV series. Del Toro apparently was working on it at one point, but it never went through. Yeah, I find Code Geass quite entertaining. What is the name of the main dragon from the movie How to Train Your Dragon? Which amusingly is relevant again for current times, because between the making of this game and now, there has been a live-action remake of this. Toothless, Red Dead, Draco, or Hiccup? Yes, Toothless is the name of the dragon. Who is the main character in the video game Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty? Gray Fox, Big Boss, Solid Snake, Raiden. So I believe those might all actually be Metal Gear Solid characters. Okay, we're getting a chunk of Raidens. I don't know. I've never actually properly played the Metal Gear series. Yep, it is Raiden. Hideo Kojima definitely tricked everyone. He does like doing that. How many players does an American football team have on the field? 11, 9, 5, or 7? Got 1 for A. So, I'm not great with football. But you have the frontline defenders, the quarterback, the halfback, the couples on the sides. But yeah, it should be A. There's a good number of people on the field. 9 is baseball. With whom does Ariel fall in love in Disney's The Little Mermaid? Prince Philip, Prince Eric, Prince Kristoff, or Prince Naveen? It is, in fact, the mid-20s in age, Eric. As a reminder, I think Ariel herself is 14 or 15. Congratulations, said Lariat, and she vanished. When Wooly looked at the counter again, his video had over 1,000 views. Shortly after, it went viral and the count reached 1 million. Wooly became instantly famous and gained a horde of followers. His future was blindingly bright. So we have Fatima, Wooly, or Umberto. Hello, Celia. No, I want to say she's real young. We can look that up right now. Apparently she's 16. With Philip being a little younger than I thought too, at 20. Who we feeling now? Continues Fatima's, Woolies, or check out a new person? Oh, and if anyone missed the announcement last night, Celia officially has affiliate and officially has the same exact affiliate anniversary date as me, July 1st, amusingly. Yep. It happens, especially in the era of people liking to post random stuff about stuffs. I sometimes absorb wrong information. Made affiliate in the last month? Nice. Congrats on that as well. Let's just get a third storyline going, I guess. Umberto was an old man with an old plane. This was going to be their last flight together, their farewell flight, but maybe in a different way than Umberto had intended. When he was at the highest point, the engine started to malfunction and smoke. If the engine didn't hold together until the landing, he was going to crash. Suddenly, a co-pilot appeared. "Hi, I'm Larry the Witch," she said. "There's no time to explain. Just play with me." In which of the following video games is their character name Zero? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, which has been since renamed to Zero Escape, Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc, The Blackwell Legacy. Oh, we're in ads. Yep. All right, Malvex, have a great day at work. I am muted. Thank you. I have been rambling for a little bit. Yeah, I bounced back and forth to the music, etc. Yeah, I'm not sure on this one. I want to say 999 was renamed to Zero Escape just because they wanted a franchise name for it, not because there's a character named Zero. I didn't play a ton of Danganronpa, but like just character-wise, that feels like that what it would be. Between A and B, I could believe there's a character named Zero in Phoenix Wright. I forgot. Nope, it is B999. Yeah, I've played the Ace Attorney games too. Why does Gon want to become a hunter in the anime Hunter x Hunter? To find his father, to become rich, to attract girls, to avenge his mother. Probably A. It is in fact A, yes. Who is Squall's rival in the Final Fantasy game, or Final Fantasy VIII? Cypher, Zell, Christus, or Laguna? It was your child, Heller. Cypher. It is in fact Cypher. I remember that much. In what year was the movie Shrek released in the theaters? 2003, 2001, 2007, or 2005? Because the video stalled. Thinking A, 2003. Yep, Cypher was the rival. B, 2001. Between these two, I think it's 2003. But for the stupidest reasons. Oh, no, it is 2001. Yep, it is one of those two. Metal got it right. Our plane crash isn't looking good at this point. What is the name of the fictional world set in the video game that video game Final Fantasy X is set? Spyro, Ivlis, Vana'diel, or Gaia? Alright, Fortudius. Hope the refresh goes well. Yes. Ivlis is the setting for Final Fantasy XII, as well as the tactic game. Had the same issue. You on mobile too? Gaia is the name of the ley lines in 7, I want to say. I don't think it's the name of the world itself. I don't actually know what Vana'diel is. Spiral is Final Fantasy X. In what TV show does the main character take part in the movie Slumdog Millionaire? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The Price is Right, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune. I've never seen this movie, so I have no clue. We got a C. Yeah, my guess is Millionaire or Jeopardy if we're becoming a millionaire. Got 2 C's. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, apparently. What is our sword called in the TV show Game of Thrones? Needle, Ice, Lightbringer, Oathkeeper. No clue on this one. I've only seen like the first 2 episodes of Game of Thrones. Needle or Oathkeeper sound right? Yeah, I feel like Needle might be right. We got votes for Oathkeeper, so we'll go with that. Needle was indeed correct. What is the special ability of the main character in the movie Jumper? To bend the trajectory of bullets, teleportation, time travel, to jump really high. Sword is a big hecking needle. Hella B. Alright, we'll go with B. It is teleportation. We have a 50-50 chance right now. In what game do you try to find the origami killer? LA Noire, Murdered Soul Suspect, Hotel Dusk Room 215, or Heavy Rain? It is Heavy Rain. It is the only one of these games I actually played at a significant time of. And I know the origami killer thing. Alright, we basically got a 50-50 on this one. Looking good. Ooh! Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Miraculously, the engine started to work normally once again. He was able to land the plane without much problem. His heart felt like it was about to explode. What a farewell flight. Alright, we have Sebastian, Wooly, or Viviana. Hate autocorrect. Yeah, autocorrect can be a pain at times. Sebastian looking too calm. Viviana. Go with Viviana. Viviana's grandfather was going to retire to his cabin in the mountains. He had offered her a generous pay if she cleaned the place up. Japa accepted, but the job turned out to be more daunting than she had expected. It was far too much for her to do alone. She didn't know where to begin. She wished she had someone there to help her organize. There, from between the mess, a witch leaned out. The witch offered Viviana a deal, and she accepted it. Which of these video games do you visit in Disney's worlds? Golden Sun, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft. I don't even quite understand this. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts. Duh. Kingdom Hearts is going through Disney Worlds. What material is Luffy body like in the anime of One Piece? Rubber, soap, gold, or water? Gomu, no. So, amusingly, there is a person later that has the soap ability, but it is rubber. What is the title of the first James Bond movie? GoldenEye, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, or Dr. No? I'll tell you it's not GoldenEye. The James Bond series started well before the 90s. Dr. No. Which of these video games could be described as soccer with cars? Barberry Ball, Needhog, or Rocket League, or Dive Kick? Oh, we got people getting in the seas real quick. Hello, Tulip. Hope you're doing well. Hi, Cozy. Which character is an alien in the anime The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya? One of the series that I am named after. I wonder if I know this one. Haruhi, Kyon, Yuki, or Mikuru? So I believe we have an A, B, and F so far. I did mention earlier, I'm going with the crowd. If you don't have it right and I know the right answer, I'm going to pick one of your answers. You don't remember? I mean, if no one's sure, I could just pick the right answer. F if you know, that's fair. Haruhi is the main character. She is effectively God. Kyon is the normal guy that God has a crush on. Mikuru is a time traveler. Yuki is the alien. Which of these European countries is farther west? Bulgaria, Poland, Germany, Latvia. I'm bad with names, and I am bad with geometry. Have some C's. B, D, don't know. C is winning. Germany is indeed the correct answer. In which movies are murderers stopped before they act? The Butterfly Effect, Minority Report, Time Crimes, Los Chronocriminis, or The Terminator? I mean, I could honestly see an argument for The Terminator, but it is indeed B, the Minority Report. Because arguably, the phrasing of murderers stopped before they act, Skynet is very much murderers, and going back in time to stop Skynet is in fact stopping murderers before they act. But the premise of Minority Report is in fact using precogs to determine such things. Which president of the United States resigned after the Watergate scandal? Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, or Richard Nixon? Yeah, we're not gonna stay on this one too long. It's Nixon. What is the name of the island in which the movie Jurassic Park develops? Eden, Nablar, Outer Haven, or Tyrannosaurus? I got no clue on this, honestly. We got 1 C, 2 B's. I'm gonna go with... You go with D, it seems dumb enough. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the B's. It indeed is B. And it's our first time that the person's not at danger at all. Congratulations, said Lariat. And then she got to work. With her help, cleaning the cabin was much easier and even fun. Yes, no magic in this one. She's just outright helping clean. At the end of the day, everything was sparkling. Her grandfather was so pleased, he paid her extra. Alright, we have Wooly, Oliver, which, yes, is a doggo, or Juliet. Doggo, number 2, got it. The sky was clear and the moon was full. Oliver was fascinated by its beauty. He howled and howled, but the moon wouldn't howl back. So he kept howling until a shadow appeared on the moon. What are you doing? Asked the shadow. You're a dog, not a wolf. You are not supposed to howl at the moon. The sun doesn't even travel through space. The moon can't hear you. I can fix that. Somehow Oliver sort of understood what the shadow was trying to say, even though he was a dog. They made some kind of deal, and the shadow began asking questions. What Pokemon is number 150 in the Pokedex? Snorlax, Omastar, Moltres, or Mewtwo? What are you, like 130? You're like 129. I think you are... Dragonite leading up, so you must be like 145. It is Mewtwo. Which of these movies was released in theaters first? American Beauty, A Beautiful Mind, Pearl Harbor, The Truman Show. I at least know numbers on the original gens decently. I'm gonna vote for Pearl Harbor. I'm not honestly sure, but I think Pearl Harbor's older than the Truman Show was. Okay, we got a bit going on for Pearl Harbor. Nope, Truman Show's actually the oldest somehow. Never mind. How many seasons did the TV show Lost have? 3, 4, 5, or 6? I think it might be 5, but I've never watched Lost. Too many. We got a C. A or D. We got a 6. Alright, we got A or D or the 6. We'll go with the 6. It is indeed 6. That's fair, Tulip. In which of the following video games do you visit Jerusalem? Bayonetta, Assassin's Creed, Alpha Protocol, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare? I guess it would be Assassin's Creed, but I'm not sure. Is it Bayonetta? Okay, Salem is in there. That would make a lot of sense, I suppose. Never played any of them? Yeah, I haven't really played Call of Duty. I've played a little bit of Assassin's Creed, but I have no clue where that is. Set in for most of them. Alpha Protocol, not sure. Alright, the B's have it. I might agree with A, but nope, it is B, Assassin's Creed. In which of these movies is there a character named Harry Callahan? Dirty Harry, Jaws, The Shining, The Breakfast Club. Play Assassin's Creed as a pirate. So I don't know. The one Assassin's Creed you played was in Italy. Um, I messed a little bit with the PSP one, which wasn't very good. And then I think a little bit with the first one. Let's see, we have a D, we have an A. We have 2 A's. So we can try the obvious answer and just go with A. It is indeed correct. Dirty Harry has a hairy collar in it. Who among these was born in the suburbs of London? Beethoven, Chopin, Hello Kitty, or Mozart? So, I do remember well enough that Hello Kitty's birthplace isn't Japan, and I think it's somewhere in Europe. I'm not sure if that someone in Europe is the suburbs of London. As funny as that answer is to see on there, it might be right. Have some A's, have some C's. We're gonna go with C's, it sounds like. It is indeed Hello Kitty. Yes, and if I recall right, the reason I know this knowledge was probably because of this, because I looked it up at some point. The Hello Kitty universe has a very diverse cast around, if you were ever curious. Who are the main, or what are the main characters in the series Rocky and Bullwinkle Show? If you are a Supernatural fan, you might know the answer to this one. A cat and a dog, a flying squirrel and a moose, a cow and a chicken, a skunk and a hamster. And if you are curious why I said if you're a Supernatural fan, you might know this, it's because one of the pet names for the main characters in Supernatural is Moose and Squirrel. Hello, DJ. How's it going? We're affecting people's life with trivia. Which of these appears on the logo of the video game Final Fantasy V? A dragon, a meteorite, a tree, 2 swords. We were talking a little bit of Supernatural because Supernatural references Rocky and Bullwinkle. So I want to say a meteorite's Final Fantasy VII. Beyond that, I'm not sure about 5. I've played 5, but all I remember about 5 is there's a pirate and job systems. So that doesn't really help with what their logo would be. We have people guessing D. We can go with D. It is a dragon, apparently. Fun fact, Dean had a crush on Daphne since Season 2, Episode 11, Playthings. Yeah, Crowley coming with some squirrel. Yep. It is a Rocky and Bullwinkle reference. What is the name of the cowgirl that appears in the movie Toy Story 2? Anna from Frozen, Peep, which might be Toy Story, but is Little Bo Peep. Tiana, which I believe is Frog and the Princess, or Jessie. Yeah, Scooby Natural was a fun episode. Princess and the Frog. Got it the other way around. Did you get your wish, doggo? Do you get your wish? Nope. Sorry, said the shadow, and then she vanished. Oliver kept howling and howling, but the moon didn't howl back. He howled so much that he damaged his throat and couldn't howl anymore.
Hi, how are you?
Alright, we have Hector, Coney, or Fatima. And hello, Darcy. How's it going? We are playing trivia to change people's lives. This is one of the games that I wanted to show people at some point because I just think it is a very well designed trivia game. Yeah, sometimes things happen, unfortunately. Alright. We have Coney said, Yes, we're doing audience participation. I'm kind of just playing it with the audience. Even if I know the answers, sometimes I'm just going with the audience, and sometimes I don't know the answers. Going out to get food soon, so yeah, they're going for you. Hope you get some delicious food. The back door of Coney's house led into a forest. Coney loved looking for animals. Just something real quick. Something. One day, she found an injured deer. She's strong. She took it home and tried to nurse it back to health. Free audio redeem. Which one would you like, Remy? Just let me know which one and I can pick it for you. Yes, Rock and Stone. I didn't respond to that properly. Yeah, so strong. Diggy hole? Okay. Hope you get better, Coney whispered to the deer. I hope we make a deal, Lariat whispered to Coney. And they did. What doesn't Homura want Madoka to do in the anime Apuria Magica Magica? Where her revealing dress, turn into a magical girl, fight using swords, fall in love with her. So the has-been one I still need to fix, but does a random quote with video from has-been. So we have a B, we have a C. I don't actually, I mentioned already, I haven't actually properly seen Madoka Magica, so I don't know what it is. I feel like Turn into Magical Girl would be fitting with what I know about the series. Ella B. Okay. Strong enough to break the tie. What ball has to be caught to end the game of Quidditch in the movie Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? I don't really feel like lingering on this one. Nimbus, Snitch, Quaffle, Bludger. It is the Snitch. What is the figurine in the trophy of the Oscar Academy Awards holding? A notebook, nothing, a sword, a pen. B, nothing. I got no clue. Nothing doesn't feel right. A sword. Alright, Remy. Well, it was lovely hanging out with you. I hope you have a great rest of your day. What fictional sport does the main character play in the movie Aaliyah Battle Angel? Video ball, motor ball, blitz ball, triple triad. The last two are Final Fantasy ones. But yeah, bye-bye for now. You have a good one. So I'm going to go with its video ball or motor ball. Cozy wants it to be Final Fantasy X's Blitzball. These have it. In what city is Hollywood located? Los Angeles, Philadelphia, San Francisco, or Miami? We got a vote for Los Angeles. We got a vote for Miami. I am pretty confident it's located in California. So we have another vote for Los Angeles. Which of these is not a character in the anime One Piece? Brook, the skeleton, Chopper, the reindeer, Killer Bee, the ninja, or Frankie, the cyborg. Y'all don't know One Piece, huh? I was hoping you all might at least know Naruto, because that's where Killer Bee's from. You did hear One Piece, Darcy. We're asking for which character is not there. It's all good. Yep, Brook, Chopper, and Frankie are all part of the main crew of One Piece. Killer Bee is a ninja in Naruto that, if I recall right, does a good job of beating up Sasuke. Which of these films does Scarlett Johansson appear? Edge of Tomorrow, Lost in Translation, Black Swan, Catch Me If You Can. I got no clue. Aside from Ghost in the Shell and the Marvel movies, I have no clue what movie she's in. C was Natalie Portman. Not C, maybe a B. We can give, or not B. So Edge of Tomorrow, Catch Me If You Can. You know what? We'll give Cozy's guess a chance, even though Cozy, I think, has been trying to pick things that are not correct. It was B, Lost in Translation. What kind of leaf is in Canada's flag? The maple leaf, yew, giant sequoia, or oak? And like, I could let Darcy answer this one, but it is very much the maple leaf as far as I recall. Which of these characters is not a character from the animated series Adventure Time? Princess Bubblegum, Finn the Human, Ice King, or Blaze the Cat? Oh yeah, Cozy's actually got this one right. Yes, Blaze is indeed Sonic the Hedgehog. We got a decent odds on this one. But not good enough. Sorry, said Lariat, and then she vanished. The deer rested all night. Coney woke up the next day. It was already dead. She buried it in the forest. These spins are BS. That is fair. We're just gonna have to get them all right to make sure. Do we want to do Paca, Juliet, or Fatima? Three. We can continue Fatima's story. Fatima had reached the top, becoming rich and famous on the way, then retired before she wore wearing herself out. But with success came a life of excess, a life that ruined her. She tried to get over it and fix her life. She ended up going back. Her husband divorced her and left her taking their daughter. Fatima had to change and rebuild her life. She needed help. And Lariat offered it to her. Which of these video games does not take place inside a castle? Super Mario 64, Deadly Premonition, Castlevania Symphony of Night, or Ico? It seems especially evil here. Yeah, she looks excited to ruin their life. So I'm pretty sure both Castlevania and Super Mario 64 take place in a castle. The other two, I am far less sure about. I should play Ico and Shadows of Colossus at some point. But Aiko is a fantasy-ish setting. Yeah, Aiko could be a ruined castle. So I think with that in mind, we'll guess B. Who is Garfield's owner in the comic strip Garfield? Odie, the dog, John, the human, Nermal, I believe a cat, or Roger, the, I don't know. Yeah, it's John. What is a chocobo? An enemy in Super Mario Bros. The video game series, a spaceship in Star Fox the video game series, and as a reminder, this was made in 2017 or so, so C was not a true statement yet, or a species of bird in the Final Fantasy video game series. And if you're curious why I see C is not an answer yet, just look up the alternative form of Zapdos, because that is a damn chocobo. Which of these anime films was not directed by Hayao Miyazaki? Grave of the Fireflies, My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, or Spirited Away? And believe it or not, Grave of the Fireflies is a Studio Ghibli movie. Which of these is not one of the mask symbols in the TV show Squid Game? Squid Games is that old? Damn, I'm still slow to the party. Cross, triangle, square, circle. Yeah, I had no clue. I still need to watch it. We got A, we've got C. We'll go with Tulip's answer, I guess. Tulip is indeed correct. How old is Bart in the animated series The Simpsons? 6, 8, 10, 12. I have a guess for this one. Yeah, that's my guess for Tridius. Granted, at this point, he'd be in his 40s. It is indeed 10. Who transforms into the Hulk? Bruce Banner, Clark Kent Superman, Tony Stark Iron Man, or Tony Stark Iron Man, Steve Rogers Captain America. It is indeed A. What is the name of Peppa's brother in the animated series Peppa Pig? Porky, Candy, George, Richard. And actually, I would agree, Cozy. I think at some point, every single one of those characters has become a Hulk. Well, we're getting some C's, so yes, indeed C. Why do monsters scare children in Disney's Monsters Incorporated? Because they hate humans, to collect energy, for fun, or to keep the humans away. You are correct. It is indeed B. Congrats. We actually saved this person. Yeah, to some degree, most of those are all correct. Most of the monsters hate humans. A number of them find it fun to do. And, yeah. Why's taste for parties and success suddenly disappeared? She left it all behind and rebuilt her life. A couple months later, she managed to get back with her husband and her daughter. They lived happily together. Wooly, Yvette, or Nicola. With a Haruhi and Miku in the background there. Fire truck? Okay, we'll go with fire truck. When Yvette and her team arrived, the fire had already taken most of the house. My son, my little son's still inside, screamed a woman. We can't go in there, said one of Yvette's colleagues. But she wasn't listening. She entered the house and found the boy. But then the house began to collapse. The way out was blocked. She looked around, desperately wishing to find an opening. Instead, she found a witch. There's no time, the witch said. We have to make a deal. I didn't ask for the details. This is her only option. How does the infection start to spread in the movie 28 Days Later? The military uses the infection as a weapon. Activists free an infected chimpanzee. A scientist infects himself by accident. A mutated mushroom infects a family. I want to say D might be the last of this. But I've never seen 28 Days Later. My guess would be B. Saw it as a kid and don't remember. Kisses his wife. Hi, Bruce. Alright, I'm just gonna go with my guess. Okay, it was infected chimpanzee. How many giant walls protect humanity in the anime Attack on Titan? Shingeki no Kyojin. A7, B5, C1, D3. I honestly can't remember if it's 3 or 5. Granted, I haven't seen all Attack on Titan, but I believe at some point 1 might be true as well because they break down other walls. I believe it's shaped like a pentagon, but a pentagon would only be one wall if it's just a connected wall. Like, it doesn't really matter if the wall was shaped like a pentagon, a star, or a circle. It would still only be one wall. I'm pretty sure this question's asking about the different layers of walls, because there's the outer wall, and then like the middle wall, and then the big one back there. I want to say it was 3 of them. Who appears on the logo of the video game Final Fantasy X? Yuna, Auron, Sin, or Tidus? Which, amusingly, yes, it's Tidus. Kingdom Hearts has it right. The actual game itself in the English dub does not. Yeah, my guess would be Yuna. It would surprise me if it was that. Or even Sin. Auron's the only one that I don't think it would be. It is indeed Yuna. Who directed the movie Fight Club? Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, David Fincher, or Christopher Nolan? Yeah, it's either Tarantino or Fincher. I want to say it was a Tarantino movie. Nope, it was Fincher. Which of these characters is not present in the video game Street Fighter 2, The World Warrior? Akuma, Blanca, Jiazen, or E. Honda? I feel like A, B, and C, or D are at least Street Fighter characters. I'm not sure if C is. But I don't know Street Fighter very well. Anyone here know Street Fighter well at all? Yeah, I want to say Akuma and Blanca are like rivals. E-Honda, I'm pretty sure exists. We're just gonna go with this one. Nope, Akuma's not in Street Fighter 2 apparently. What does Shrek compare ogres to in the movie Shrek? Cakes with layers, coffee with layers, onions with layers, or apples with layers? Yes, it is C. Hey, Polly. Which of these European countries is further west? Italy, Germany, Greece, or Spain? I still don't know geography. But I feel like it's possible that Italy's little boot is more west than Germany. D says you're no map brain. So we seem to be in agreement that even though Germany was the furthest west earlier, it is not now. Spain? Alright, Galactus over on YouTube is matching someone else on Spain, so we'll go with that. That is correct. Which character is known for trying to kill Bart in the animated series and is voiced by Kelsey Grammer? Barney Gumble, Sideshow Bob, and Ned Crabapple, or Waylon Smithers? Yeah, it's Sideshow Bob. Who directed the movie Shutter Island? Oh. Martin Scorsese, Peter Jackson, Stanley Kubrick, or James Cameron? I don't think this was Cameron. We've got a Peter Jackson, which I could see. Peter Jackson did so many damn movies. We got a D or an A. So I'll go with Galactus again with Peter Jackson. Nope, it was A. Martin. Okay, we got a 66% chance on this one. Nope. Sorry, said Lariat, and then she vanished. The ceiling started collapsing. Deb placed herself as a shield for the boy in a vain attempt to save him. They both died in the fire. Ice Drake's trivia. Sebastian, Wooly, or Tsubasa? Yeah, I think the spins are a bit rigged. You have to get them right to make sure that good things happen. We have Tsubasa twice over. If she could get one wish to come true right then, Tsubasa would wish for a pair of wings. A pair of white wings on her back so she could fly away like a bird. Without any more sadness. Yes, this gets dark at times. Whoa, wait a moment, said Larry, grabbing Tsubasa's hand. Let's make a deal. What is the capital of Canada? Quebec, Ottawa, Toronto, or Montreal? Darcy helped. That is fair. Bruce can help too. Bruce is also Canadian. And I was leaning towards Quebec. So I hope Bruce knows this one. It is Ottawa. Bruce, I trusted you. To be fair, you failed, Gio. Where is the video game The Witness set? on an island, in an office building, in a train, in a mansion. I'm pretty sure I know this one. But I've never properly played it. Galactus is thinking definitely B. Another person with B. Okay. I said before I'm going with chat over my own thoughts most of the time. I think it's an island. It is indeed an island. What's the first digit in the number pi? I was about to say, Polly, we're going to confirm this one for you. Yeah, it's 3.1415. I don't remember the rest. We're going to try to save her. For what age must Beast break the spell in Disney's animated movie Beauty and the Beast? A, 29, B, 18, C, 21, D, 25. We have B's. I want to say it was in the 20s, but we will go with the B's. All right, 21. So far, we have a 25% chance of saving her. The creation of what company shows the movies Pirates of Silicon Valley? Google and Facebook, IBM and Intel, AMD and Nvidia, Microsoft and Apple. I've never seen this movie, but most of the movies about Silicon Valley I feel are about Google and Facebook. So we have IBM, Intel, AMD. Got a vote for everything. We gotta vote for everything. I'm gonna go for my gut instinct and go with that. Nope, it is Microsoft and Apple. We're down to a 20% chance of saving her. What is the name of the main character in the movie Kung Fu Panda? Alex, Barry, Vitaly, or Poe? Got a bunch of D's, and that is correct. What nickname does the main character in the anime Death Note earn as the serial killer? Shinigami, the Note Killer, L, or Kara? Yeah, this is another pretty straightforward one. Kara, which means we're almost back up to a 50-50 chance. For what movie was the song Over the Rainbow written? The Sound of Music, The Wizard of Oz, Hair, or Jesus Christ Superstar? It's indeed The Wizard of Oz. What are most living creatures made of in the 2012 video game Journey? Sand, cloth, rock, or wood? Damn, Journey's 13 years old already, huh? Yeah, I believe it is cloth. Alright, it's about a 50-50. No, go back. Sorry, said Lariat, and then she vanished, and then this is just gonna be sad. That's it. Juliet, Sebastian, or Wooly? We are failing so many people right now. Juliet? Okay. Juliet had met a boy that day at a ball held by his family. a wonderful boy named Romeo. But he was from an enemy family. Her family had found out that he had sneaked in the ball and threatened to kill him if they ever saw him again. But Juliet needed to see him again. She was in love. She went to the balcony, closed her eyes, wishing for Romeo to appear when she opened them again. When she did, instead of Romeo, a witch appeared. Which of our deal, which Juliet accepted. Who is the main character in love in the novel The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha? No clue. Antonio, Martinez, Teresa, Dulcina. Again, I apologize if I'm butchering things. Antonia? It was Dulcinea. We are going to add soon. Who created the video game character Super Mario? Kojima, Miyamoto, Wright, Ansel. Knew how he felt, didn't know it was mutual. Yeah, this one's Miyamoto. What does the acronym USB stand for? Unix Serial Binary, User Shared Bytes, Unilateral Software Broadcast, or Universal Serial Bus? A C, a bunch of Ds, it is D. Which of these actions can you not do in the video game Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout? Punch, jump, grab, dive. A bunch of people saying A. I think that feels right. Which of these movies are the main characters' villains? Marvel's The Adventures, Suicide Squad, Enter the Dragon, Ghostbusters. Nope, not every day. So, B is the correct answer. I would also personally accept Ghostbusters. How many trials must you complete to become a pirate in the video game The Secret of Monkey Island? Heading out for Tudius? If so, I hope you have a wonderful day. My guess is going to be 3 because video games just like the number 3 for trials and whatnot. But we have 2 and D. Trials has try. Yeah, so we're split. We're going to go with the one I'm guessing myself then. It's indeed 3. You're on ad. Okay. We can wait. So we're gonna wait on this one, but amusingly, I already gave the answer to this one earlier.
Hydration check.
Thank you for the hydrations.
Maintain perfect posture. Check.
And thank you for the postures, Tulip. Maybe just a little bit longer. We'll be back from ads. And yes, Galactus, it's gonna be Italy. I mentioned earlier that I knew that Italy has a shape of a boot. people should be back from ads over here. Pick Italy and go on. Which one of these expressions does Ayu usually mutter in the anime canon? Gao? Nishi-ishi? Arara? Or Ugu? So, Arara is, I suppose it might be Alala. Detective Conan. Gao is error. And I hate that I know these. So it's either Nishishi, which I think is One Piece. So I'm pretty sure this one is Ugu. So we're just gonna go with that one. What ocean surrounds Sri Lanka? Indian, Atlantic, Arctic, Pacific. I don't know. I don't know geography. I never know geography. Hearing Arctic and Indian. Most people are saying A, so we'll go with A. It is indeed the Indian. Alright, we got a good chance on this one. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Julie heard her sound coming from the bushes. It was Romeo sneaking into the garden. I love you, said Romeo. I love you too, said Juliet. Let's get married, proposed Romeo. Yes. Alright, we have Haka, Romeo, or Mariano. Paka or Romeo? Someone was asking for Paka earlier, and we didn't quite hit them, so... Paka was an old and tired woman. There wasn't much left for her in this life. She was happy as long as she had her soap operas. That day, a major event was going to take place in her favorite one. She had been following it for years now, and the main characters were finally going to marry. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The groom's evil twin was planning to ruin the wedding. The show went to a commercial break, leaving Paka intrigued and afraid. She closed her eyes and wished for the wedding to go well. When she opened them again, an advertisement starring a witch was playing. Do you need a wish to come true? The witch asked. Worry no more. I have a special offer just for you. TV was offering Paka a deal. She's confused but decided to go along with it. What happens to the main characters at the beginning of No Game, No Life? The development of the video games is canceled, they lose all their money in a bet, they break up their romantic relationship, and they're transported into another world. There's a reason I said you, Galactus, to see. I've seen the anime before, No Game, No Life, and the main characters are siblings. It is indeed D. They're transported into another world. What color is Donkey Kong's tie? Red, yellow, pink, or brown? Red? We can go red. It's red! Which one of these is not a playable character in the N60 version of Super Smash Bros.? Luigi, Captain Falcon, Zelda, or Jigglypuff? Well, let's say the little puffball's been there since the beginning. As Galactus over on YouTube says, it is, in fact, Luigi? No, it's Zelda, apparently. I could have sworn Zelda was in there. Huh. Nope. Got it wrong. I knew Jigglypuff was. Jigglypuff's been one of my mains since the beginning, and Falcon was. What is Superman's Kryptonian name? Kal-El, Lex Luthor, Clark, or Bizarro? She's definitely a Melee. She was my main in Melee. Yeah, this one's A. We're not going to linger too long on this one. What is the first crime the main characters commit in the movie Thelma and Louise? I do not know. Murder, theft, drug dealing, kidnapping. I'm guessing it's theft or kidnapping. I feel like their crimes would ramp up across the movie. And murder seems like a bigger one. But also, I could see an accidental murder being the reason that they become criminals and whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's just stealing to start with. Nope, it is a murder. Who is Springfield's mayor in the animated series The Simpsons? The principal Seymour Skinner, the news anchorman, Kent Brockman, the policeman, Clancy Wiggum, or the person I'm blanking on what they do, Joe Quimby. All right, everyone's saying A. The school principal Seymour Skinner is apparently chat's choice, not the mayor Joe Quimby. I said I was gonna go with chat even if I knew the right answer, if there's choices for that. Which of these video game characters is set in the province of Cyrodiil? The Last of Us, Borderlands 2, Zone of Enders, the second runner, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Seems like it's Oblivion. Yeah. Chat is potentially trolling me a bit. That is fine. What is a TIE fighter? An alien race in the Doctor Who, probably comprised of TIEs in fighting. A type of Pokemon. Is there a type Pokemon? There very well might be. A giant robot in the movie Pacific Rim. Or the ship in Star Wars. Yes, it is a ship in Star Wars. How many laws of robotics are there in the movie I, Robot? I believe Tulip has it right. Assuming we are following the usual amount of laws for robotics, there is typically 3. Uh-oh. Another sad roll. Sorry, the witch said, and then the commercial break ended. This one's not very high stakes, though. The evil twins' plans were a success that ruined the couple's love. The wedding was cancelled, but it turned out even worse. The main character challenged his twin to the duel with death, and lost. Scene left Haka dead inside. Literally, her heart was lost, the will to keep beating. Wooly, Hector, or Kuralt? Hector? Alright, we can go Hector. Alright. I'm just kind of going with the first one. You two picked Coralt, so next time we see them, we'll pick them. Hector loved video games. Who's trapped in this boring world. If only he could live in a magical world, fighting monsters and finding treasure. Hey, make your wish come true, said Lariat, appearing out of nowhere. Huh, a witch in tracker. You wish to fight monsters, but you're also afraid of a witch, asked Lariat. You should calm down and made a deal with her. Who fights humanity in the TV show Battlestar Galactica? The Intergalactic Aggro, the Borg, the Cylon, the Time Lords. Cylon? So Time Lords is Doctor Who, Borg is Star Trek, I think. The Intergalactic Empire might be Legends of the Galactic Heroes. Who is the video game character Parappa in love with? Catty Cat, Sunny Funny, PJ Berry, Jet Baby. You love this game, but you don't know? Yeah, the only one I had a guess for isn't on this list. I do not know the series very well, but El Jammy whatever is another thing. Or another game in the series. Onion Man. Okay. We have a vote for B, which is apparently correct. What color is the dress of the main character in the anime Magical Doremi? Blue, black, yellow, or pink? I do not know this one. I guess it would have been Doremi. Doremi. Alright, we have a single vote for A. That sounds good to me. It's apparently pink. Yep, you would have had it, Fortudius. How many minutes long is a round of boxing? 3, 5, 10, or 7? This is one I should know from watching a bunch of Hajime no Ippo. Either 3 or 5. Hearing, of course, 5 and another for 5. It is 3. What are Sasuke's special eyes called in the anime Naruto? Chidori, Rasengan, Bankai, or Sharingan? Yeah, it's D. What company built the research facility in which the video game Portal is set? Umbrella Corporation, Aperture Science, Black Mesa, G-Sync. It is indeed Aperture Science. What form of digital media uses the .rtf file extension? Image, audio, text, video. We're seeing a bunch of C's. Yes, it's text format. What is Azkaban? A fortress in Lord of the Rings, a planet in Star Wars, a machine in the Matrix, or the title of the 5th book in the Harry Potter series? Which of these characters has a blonde afro? Sanji, Bobo Bo, Vegeta, or Death the Kid? I will say both Vegeta and Death the Kid have black hair. Is indeed Bobobo. Rigged. Sorry, said Lariat, and then vanished. That night, one of the parents came back with bad news. He'd been fired, and now they weren't able to meet their expenses. Hector was forced to find a job. When he came back home, he was so tired he didn't even want to play video games. Instead, he complained about them on the internet forums. Alright, we have Romeo, Sebastian, and Mariano. We have Sebastian and Mariano. Second Mariano. We will go with that one. Mariano was a big and strong guy. Sorry, Polly. Not a very clever one, though. There was this girl he liked. She was always reading books at the library. Mariano didn't know how to approach her. He wished for her to get into a dangerous situation so he could save her and show off his strength. That would impress her, and she'd have an excuse to talk to her. But he couldn't even offer to walk her home every day to protect her, instead of following her in secret. I can place her in a dangerous situation, said the witch, appearing out of nowhere. Hey girl, I need you to do me a big favor. And yes, we saw this character early. Yep, absolutely creepy. Oh, this is awkward, said Larry. With someone else right now. Wait a minute, I'll make your wish come true. Where were we? Oh yeah, something dangerous? Let's make a deal. In which of these anime is there a character called Naru Nasawao? Revolutionary Utena, Naruto, Serial Experience Lane, or Love Hina? No. And yep, I can agree with that. I took a drink. I'm okay, Polly. My thing lost tracking for a bit because I leaned over further to grab the drink. So, I do remember the main character of, or main love interest in Love Hina, I'm pretty sure is Naru. I don't remember her last name, but the creator of Love Hina in general is pretty bad with names. So Naru would make sense for the creator. Lane, I don't remember all the names of the characters, but it's mostly just Lane herself. So we're in between these two. I'm just gonna go with mine. I think it's Love Hina. In which movie is there a robot called Baymax? Sully and I actually watched this in the last month. We have Big Hero 6, Cars 2, Bolt, or Chicken Little. Yes, it's Big Hero 6. We recently rewatched it. What does the Tin Woodman want in the novel The Wonderful Wizard of Oz? Tin Woodman. A brain, a heart, a mane, courage. Yes. had the brain. Nope. It is the heart the Tin Man wanted. Scarecrow wanted the brain, I believe. Creation of what social network is the movie The Social Network based on? Tumblr, Facebook, Twitter, MySpace. Yep, this one I'm pretty sure is Facebook. What is an Omnistar? A spaceship in Star Wars, a book in Gravity Falls, an alien race in Doctor Who, or the evolution of Ammonite Pokemon in Pokemon? Which of the following is not a playable character in the video game Day of the Tentacle? Laverne, Bernard, Hoagie, Fred. This I do not know. I'm not even sure this game was that popular back when this game was made, let alone now. We got a vote for B out there. I think we're just going to call it with that, because I don't imagine any of us really know it. Fred, apparently. Day of the Tentacle, what, you think you're too young for this game? I want to say it's only 10 years or so old. It's from Double Fine, if I recall right. Which character from the animated series Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wears a red bandana? Michelangelo, Raphael, Leonardo, Donatello. Or, as I called them as a kid, orange, red, blue, and purple. What instrument does the main character play in the 2014 movie Whiplash? Drums, trumpet, saxophone, piano. I've never even heard of this movie. You don't know, B? We've got an I don't know, trumpet, a saxophone. Apparently it's drums. Yeah, I will say, settings-wise, we can turn down some things and focus like on anima and video games and animation instead of so much cinema and miscellaneous. What is the Umbrella Corporation? A space travel company in the movie Alien? A pharmaceutical company in the game Resident Evil? A drug organization, television Breaking Bad? Criminal organization, anime Psychopaths? Yes, it is Resident Evil. Ruh-roh. Sorry, Larry said, and then went to talk to the other girl. Ariel kept following the girl home. Suddenly, she began crossing the street without noticing a truck coming her way. This was his chance. He could jump in and save her. But that was a really big, scary truck. He doubted for a second, and then it was too late. Don't worry, she'll live. I'm not sure if she'll ever walk again, though. Because we're just unlucky. South Patel team scared you too bad. That's fair. Alright, we have Carl, Wooly the gamer, or Mariano the sort of stalker. Wooly? Alright, Polly. A year passed since Wooly had become a famous video game player and commenter. He was becoming stale. Every day he had fewer followers than the last, and the group of people who openly despised him kept growing. Such a dweeb, I watched your dad and then older sis play. He had to do something now before all of his popularity was gone. He wished he asked that what her email address was. Do you wish for my email? asked Larry, appearing on the computer screen. I wish to save my career, he answered. You know the deal, said Lariat. The trivia game began. Which of these video games does the main character work for the Unatco? Gears of War, Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, Deus Ex. I have a questioning Deus Ex. I have someone firmly saying Call of Duty, and no idea. We'll give Call of Duty a chance. Nope, it was Deus Ex. In what movie does humanity face extinction because of infertility? The Host, The World's End, Children of Men, or Her? No clue. We have one vote for Children of Men. No idea, and honestly not a movie you think you'd want to watch. Can't remember if The World's End is the title of the third of the Shaun of the Dead Hot Fuzz trilogy. I saw your second post, Galactus. I went with your first one. I saw your second post after I clicked the thing. I went with your first one. And now 2 other people said that. Children of Men was actually correct. How many feet is a yard? 3, 12, 6, or 22? This one shouldn't be bad for most Americans. What is Malcolm Crowe's occupation in the movie The Sixth Sense? Detective, lawyer, child psychiatrist, school teacher. I've never actually watched The Sixth Sense, but I'm guessing the correct answer would be dead person. We have a C, we have a B.
Hydration
I
check.
guess it would be C or D. No. The kid sees dead people. If I recall right, the twist is the person he's been interacting the entire time with is dead. Was indeed child psychologist. Which of the following video games was not developed by Intelligent Systems? Paper Mario, Pikmin, Fire Emblem, Advance Wars. Apparently they make a bunch of Nintendo franchises. Yep. Apparently they're one of the groups for Nintendo. Granted, Nintendo really sucks at crediting their companies most of the time. One person's feeling C. A number of people are feeling A for Mario. Or D. Our strongest vote is for A. I think Fire Emblem probably makes the most sense. Nope, Pikmin apparently. The one that no one was guessing. What power does the main character have in the anime Erased? Time travel, telepathy, invisibility, telekinesis. Who here has actually seen Erased? I know Celia has. E for forgetfulness. So, in the first episode of Erased, the main character travels back in time. How old is Calvin in the comic book strip Calvin and Hobbes? Somewhere between 5 and 30. C? Sure, we can go with C. Apparently 6. Why does Victor put a ring on the finger of the bride's corpse in the movie Corpse Bride? He wants to hide the ring, he thinks the bride is alive, he mistakes the hand for a root, he believes it will resurrect her. It's been a while since I've seen Corpse Bride. See? You're thinking mistakes the hand for a root. You have D, don't remember much, love the music though. I'll go with the person that seems to be a little more confident. Another person chimed in with C as well. Which of these vegetables contains the most water? Potato, banana, cucumber. It's weird to see a banana included with vegetables. Or aubergine? Yes, cucumbers have a lot of water in them. Sorry, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Desperate, Wooly began to overdo his reactions and force jokes into his videos. He even dyed his hair green to give himself a new look. But that only made him lose fans at an increased pace. Ah, eggplant. That makes sense. I think Taskmaster brings it up too, and I always forget it. Before long, no one cared about him anymore, and he fell into oblivion. His life was ruined. Alright. Jiang, Karo, or Romeo? Sure, we can go as Jiang. Jiang was about to win a lot of money in a quiz show. She just needed to answer this last question correctly. Is that your final answer? Asked the host. We'll see if she's right after this commercial break. Jiang took the chance to go to the bathroom. She was about to throw up from the pressure. She wished so hard for her answer to be correct that a witch appeared behind her. Lyria offered her a deal, but Jiang was confused. You asked me to correctly answer your questions, so the answer to my question is correct. Sounds complicated if you say it like that, Lyria answered. In the end, Jiang accepted the deal and the trivia game began. Who is the main character in the show Prison Break? Jack Shepherd, Lincoln Burrows, Michael Schofield, Walter Wright. D is Breaking Bad. I want to say Jack Shepherd's 24. So it's B or C. And someone is firm on B, so we'll try B. Nope, it was C. Tulip had it correct. Main character's name in the anime Prince of Tennis. Well, they made this pretty easy if you've never seen Prince of Tennis, but no anime. The ninja, Sasuke Uchiha. The, let's just go with Fire Slinger, Natsu Dragono. The Alchemist, Edward Elric. Or Ryoma Ichizen. Ichizen. Yeah, by elimination is C. I've actually seen Prince of Tennis, so I knew it even beforehand. But Naruto, Fairy Tail, Fullmetal Alchemist, Prince of Tennis. Who directed the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey? Stanley Kubrick, Orson Welles, Francis Ford Coppola, Alfred Hitchcock. I think I have a guess for this one in general. And it's also mostly by elimination. Yeah, my guess is A. I think B is the writer of the book, but was dead before the movie came out. And I want to say Coppola might be the music. Which of these European countries is farther north? Another European geography question. Slovakia, Switzerland, Slovenia, Estonia. I would fail to point out any of these on the map. I would just point towards things. Switzerland. Alright, we'll go Switzerland. Estonia. Galactus got it. Which of these is not a character from the Blaze Blue video game series? Regina the Blood Edge, May, Rachel Alucard, Jin Kirasaki, Siragi. So I have a guess on this one. Got one vote for C. Got one vote for D. So go with one of those two. But I will say, Blaze Blue is made by the same people that make Guilty Gear. I'm pretty sure May is a Guilty Gear character instead, but not 100%. It's a visual novel, technically, that has an in-depth fighting game with it. Most people view it as a fighting game. But it is also very easily classified as a visual novel because it has so much story to it. We have most things split. I'm just gonna go with what I think it is. Yes, May. What can the Avatar do in the animated series Avatar: The Last Airbender? Stop time, see the future, summon a dragon, or bend the four elements? I was about to say, I'm going to be sad if no one can tell me this one. Definitely not D. Easy D. Yeah, it's D. Who is the main character addicted to the movie? What is the main character addicted to in the movie Train Spotting? Sex, heroin, alcohol, work. No clue. Another one, I don't know the movie at all. You hate this movie? Do you know the answer to this one then, Polly? D or C? We'll just go with the harder one then. Addicted to the hard stuff. What is the animated series Wakfu based on? A movie, a comic book, a video game, a series of novels? Do we have any, I believe, French people here? Because I want to say this is based around a French story in some way, and it's at the very least, I think, French animation. We got a B, we got a D, we got a C. Got 2 votes for C. What sport does the main character of the movie Forrest Gump practice while he's in the army? Boxing, basketball, ping pong, or swimming? Yeah, it's C. It's ping pong. You succeeded! Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Deng went back to see the show resumed. After a long tense pause, the results were announced. Her answer was correct! She was now rich. Alright, we had a bunch of votes for this one earlier, so we're just gonna go over here. Electoral campaign had begun, and Kuralt was the favorite candidate. Yeah, we had a string of failures there. Just thinking about all the things he could improve if he were to become president made him excited. He wished so hard for the people to elect him that Lariat appeared. Play with me and I'll make your wish come true, she said. Bert refused. He was a firm believer of democracy. But if you're the best candidate, you deserve to win, insisted Lariat. I don't want to win if the people want me to win, explained Kuralt. That's stupid, but okay. So I'm already here. Do you have any other wish? I don't know. You can do the dishes, asked Squirrel. The stupidest wish I've ever heard, replied Lariat. But she was not going to refuse a free trivia game. The witch is a tyrant, yes. What are diamonds made of? Glass, zirconium, amber, or carbon? Yes, it's carbon. How does Alice first shrink in Disney's Land animated movie Alice in Wonderland? Drinking from the bottle, eating a cookie, eating a mushroom, putting on a hat. A bunch of people saying A. Might be eating a cookie, but one of those two. Which of these video games is about outer space exploration? Cyberpunk 2077, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Death Stranding, or The Outer Wilds? Yeah, this one's G. What is the name of the main character's mother in the anime Shin-chan? Grand Shin-chan. Shizuka, Misai, Sakura, Himawari. No clue. I've only seen a little bit of this. I know a little or a lot about each. That is fair. No Shin-chan's going for a while. I have not A and an A so far. B or D? Let's try Hema. Nope, it is B instead. What is the original color of the main character in the video game Flappy Bird? Green, red, blue, or yellow? I was gonna say white. We have a red, we have a green, we have a blue, we have a yellow. We have two yellows, I guess. Okay, we'll go with yellow, I guess. Yep. Who was the first man to step on the moon? Michael Collins, Alan Shepard, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Lightyear. D? I don't think it's D. You're conflicted about C? That is fair, but I'm pretty sure C is the answer that we're looking for. What year was the movie The Matrix released to theaters? It's either 97 or 99, right? C? Okay. I think it's C. What canal connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean? Panama Canal, Baltic, White Sea, Suez. It's A or D, I believe. I see we're in agreement, Polly. Hello, J-Will. All right, we'll do Panama. What was the name of Simba's mother in Disney's The Lion King? Nala, Zazu, Kiara, Sarabi. How you doing, J-Will? We are rooting people's lives or helping their lives with trivia. C by elimination. E, big cat. It was Sarabi. I was thinking it was Sarabi. Nala's the other one his age. Doing alright. We got this. Worst case, the dishes don't get cleaned. Congratulations, said Lariat, and she rolled up her sleeves. She made sure everything was left clean and shiny. Alright, Romeo, Carl, or Nicola. But you've actually seen Nicola in someone else's story now. Nico? Carl? Going with Nico. Nicola dressed up in her formal attire and arrived at the company party. Only for her to find out that it was not a formal party, but a costumed one. Now what? Yet no costume was already coming up a bit late. But all hope was lost, she saw something she couldn't believe. At the other side of the street, there was a girl dressed as a witch. Nicola ran towards her. Hey girl, I need you to do me a big favor, she said. This is awkward, said the girl, looking confused. I'm with someone else right now. Wait a minute, I'll make your wish come true. Nicola waited, preparing the money to offer the girl in exchange for her costume. It turned out the girl didn't want her money. Instead, she offered Nicola a chance to win her costume by playing a trivia game. What is the name of the main character in the video game Final Fantasy IV? Vaughn, Cecil, Terra, Bartz. Know this one? I only played 14. So Vaughn is Final Fantasy 12. Terra is Final Fantasy 6. So leave Cecil and Bartz. And between the two, I know Cecil's in Final Fantasy 4. Bartz, I want to say, might be one of the characters from 9, but not a main one. What color are the main character's eyes in the animated series SpongeBob SquarePants? Yellow, blue, green, brown. Bartz is from 5? Okay. I played and mostly beat 5, but I can't tell you most of the characters' names and whatnot. The story was pretty forgettable. I just like the job system. Alright, couple bells for blue. That was what I was thinking myself. Who directed the movie Braveheart? Ridley Scott, Steven Spielberg, Mel Gibson, or David Fincher? We have a B, we have a Ridley. Yeah, Mel is the main character. I don't think he was director. We can give Ridley a try. Nope, Mel actually directed it as well, apparently. Who is the author of A Song and Fire Ice novels? Tolkien, Rowling, Gaiman, or, you know, the creator of Game of Thrones? Who is Sonic the Hedgehog's nemesis? Amy Rose, Knuckles, Tails, Eggman. It kind of depends on which part of the Sonic lore you're in. I would say both Knuckles and Amy Rose would count as a nemesis at some point. That's a D. What is the name of the book, the main character in the movie Back to the Future? Connor, Luke Skywalker, Marty McFly, or Elliot? Totes Luke. Yeah, it's Marty McFly. To whom is Wilma married in the animated series The Flintstones? Barney, Joe, Pebbles, Fred. D. It's D. Where does the plot of the movie Die Hard 2 develop? Don't know. I can't remember where it is. You got a B. B. We can try B. Is in an airport. At what temperature in Celsius series does water boil? So Celsius is pretty simple. At 0 it freezes, and at 100 it boils. Congratulations, said Lariat. And then she stripped. Right there in the middle of the street without a second thought. That left an impression on Nicola. She put on the costume and went into the party. Everyone complimented her on her costume, but she was distracted, thinking about Lariat. We have Nicola, Carl, and Mariano. I mean, the first Die Hard's a Christmas movie. I don't recall if the second one is. I don't think it is. Okay, we can continue the Nicola storyline. Ever since Lariat had stripped before her, Nicola hadn't been able to stop thinking about her. Maybe she was in love. She still had her witch costume. That would make a good excuse to see her again. Can I have my clothes back then? Asked Lariat, appearing out of nowhere. It's not just costume. She was an actual witch. Let me take you out to dinner, said Nicola. Well, if that's your wish, you know the rules, replied Lariat. In which of these Disney movies appears a parrot called Iago? Emperor's New Groove, Aladdin, Hunchback of Notre Dame, or Pocahontas? Yeah, it's Aladdin. Which of the following is not a character in the video game Heavy Rain? Ethan Mars, Scott Shelby, Jodie Holmes, Madison Page. I got no clue on this one. A, definitely A. You know, bro? Okay. It's Jodie Holmes. No one had an idea, so I'm fine with whatever. Which of the character shows in the TV show Lost is a doctor? Again, no clue. Cy Rock, Kate Austin, Jack Shepard, John Locke. I do not believe it's Jack Shepard. That feels like a Mass Effect character. Not Dr. Stuff. All right. I'll go with B. Jack Shepard is right. Who plays the main character in the movie Dirty Harry? Robert Redford, Clint Eastwood, Russell Crowe, William Dafoe. Yeah, I've never seen Lost. I'm also characters with actors. Yeah, Galactus is currently leading us astray. Tudor says B, Polly says D. We have 2 for B. We'll go with B. It is Clint Eastwood. How many countries form the United Kingdom? 4, 2, 6, or 8? I would have said 3, so... We'll go with Polly's. Nope, Galactus was right this time. The animated series, The Legend of Korra, is a sequel to Doofus, Samurai Jack, Dragon Hunters, or Avatar: The Last Airbender. I hope y'all know this one. J. Wells got the D in here. Oop, sorry. Which of these video games do you fight the Algast? Xenoclash, Metro 2023, Call of Duty Ghosts, Killzone. One of the first games you played on the PS3? Which of these movies is there a machine that turns water into food? Shrek 2, Chicken Little, Shark Tale, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I feel like it would be Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. What is Andy's special power in the video game Advance Wars? Mass Force, Blizzard, Hyper Repair, Double Time. We got a B coming in. Also a D from the same person that said B. Hi, DJ. I'm gonna at least wait until after the ads are finished for this one, so if y'all have a guess, feel free to get it in. I don't want the actual story part to be missed for this. Say C. Okay. That should be done. I'll give Galactus some love again with it. My guess is going to be A. Nope. It is C, J-Will. Go back. No. Love is not meant to be. Sorry, said Lariat, and then she grabbed her clothes and vanished. I confess her heart had been broken. She stuffed herself with pies to overcome being rejected. They have Sebastian, Mariano, and Carl. Yep, know what you love for us. Okay, we can go with Carl. It's the final game of the National High School Baseball Championships. As the ace of the team, Carl was expected to lead the way to victory. The pressure was unbearable. Everything's going to be alright, he repeated himself. It was more of a wish than actual ambition. Suddenly, he realized the little witch was beside him. Larry offered him a deal, and Carl accepted it. In the life of what mathematician is the movie A Beautiful Mind based? C. Koneko with a C. That seems to be correct. What's the name of the goddess of light in the video game Kid Icarus? Veridi, Amaterasu, which is Kami Fior, which is Zelda, or Palutena, who got in the thing. What is Harry's weapon of choice in the movie Dirty Harry? Stop being so obsessed with this damn movie. Anyone actually watched Dirty Harry? Going with A with J-Will. No, Nicola did not get her date. What country is Dracula's castle located in the novel Dracula? England, Albania, Romania, Austria. You see, I think it's C. Yeah, Romania. In which of these video games is there an opera? Elite Beat Agents, Flower, Eternal Sonata, parentheses, Trusty Bell, or Final Fantasy VI? I mean, I think I can make an argument for Eternal Sonata as well. But anyone that's played Final Fantasy VI knows there is a very significant opera scene in it. What mathematician theorem relates the sides of a right triangle? Fundamental theorem of Leibniz's integral calculus, Fermat's little theorem, L'Hopital's rule, or the Pythagorean theorem? Ooh. Alright, Polly's saying D. Polly is a math streamer. We're gonna go with Polly. It's Pythagorean. Yeah, no, it was B. I just thought it was funny to take Polly's answer. What's the name of the studio that developed the video game Among Us? Clooney Games, Mojang, you know, the Minecraft company, Inner Sloth, Hello Games, the No Man's Sky one. A or C from Galactus? I know the answer to this one, so... As you said A or C, happens to be Inner Sloth. They also became indie publishers, which is the far more interesting thing for me. Which of these anime is not based on a visual novel? Canon, Air, Angel Beats, Planet. I see we're doing them all from the same guy. I'll see if any of you know these. So the release order of these is Air into... Actually, was original Canon first? Maybe it's actually the original Canon, then Air, then Canon 2006, and then I think it was Planet, then Angel Beats. But as far as I know, Angel Beats is not based on a visual novel. All the other ones are. I, in fact, own Planet. I might own Canon, and I think I own Air. Angel Beats has a good soundtrack. What is the title of the sequel to the video game Myst? The Witness, Riven 2, or Riven, Myst 2, Abduction. Yeah. Canon and even Air have some very choice for stuffs. Going with C. I know Riven's a sequel to Myst as well. Still sticking with C? Looks like we're still sticking with C. It is indeed B. So the only reason I know Riven is because once a year or so, there is a Myst bundle on Humble Bundle. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Game began and Carl's hands stopped shaking. He'd never been so focused before. It's just wild to see Everhead. No batter was able to even touch the ball. A smashing victory. Mariano, Romeo, or the new face, Daisy! Have a Romeo, have a Daisy, have a Daisy. We will go with the Daisy. Daisy was in love with Carl, the ace of the baseball team. Ever since he discovered he didn't have a girlfriend, or she tried to convince. Yeah, Mariano's concerning, but she didn't have the courage to tell him. Prom was coming, so Daisy decided that was her chance. She asked him to meet in front of his locker. She was determined. Or so she thought. The moment she saw him waiting, she panicked and was paralyzed. She closed her eyes and wished that she had some courage to do this, to ask him to go to prom with her. When Daisy opened her eyes again, there was a witch looking at her. Lyra offered her a deal, and Daisy accepted it. What is the main character's special power in the movie Kick-Ass? Regeneration, super strength, resistance to pain, telekinesis. Used to know this one? Yeah, so as far as I can recall, there's no superpowers, so it must just be resistance to pain. Galactus has that one. In which of these animated series is there a platypus named Harry the Platypus? Powerpuff Girls, The Amazing World of Gumball, SpongeBob SquarePants, or another question that has strangely turned relevant again because this show just came back, bringing us back Phineas Ferb, Candace, and Harry the Platypus from the Fletcher family. Yeah, this one's D. Who directed the movie Pacific Rim? Del Toro, James Cameron, Kojima, or Spielberg? Answers are all over the place this time. I don't think it was Cameron, but I'm not sure. Cameron did have a small series of movies before just getting absorbed into Avatar. Del Toro feels like the type of nerd that would have done it, though. So with that, we're gonna go with Del Toro. What is the capital of Portugal? Dublin, Sofia, Moscow, Lisbon. I think I actually know this one, but it is because if I recall right, Portugal is where something I've been working on is setting. Fictional Portugal, though. And yeah, Lisbon. Because I did decently heavy research into Lisbon about how it was constructed and whatnot. Who is Thor's brother in the Marvel movie Thor? Loki, Heimdall, Odin, or Asgard? Someone said A, it's Loki. To whom is Stan Smith married to in the animated series American Dad? Lois, Megan, Francine, Marge. We have C is coming in. It is Francine. In the development of which of these video games did author George R.R. Martin participate? Death Stranding, The Last of Us Part 2, Elden Ring, which might have been famously advertised that he was involved in, or Star Wars The Jedi stuff. I saw the C's coming in anyways. I had no reason not to be a smart ass for that one. In which of these board games do you collect victory points? Cartagena, Puerto Rico, Risk, Strategio. You might be Fortudious. So I've definitely played 3 of these. I can't remember if I've played A. I played board games a few days ago. I play them mostly weekly. It's why I don't stream on most Saturdays. Then I'm spending time with Celia most of the time even if I don't have the board games. I can't remember if you're collecting points in Puerto Rico, but I think you are. What does the main character from the Kill Bill saga seek revenge for? Her husband's infidelity, the kidnapping of her daughter, the oppression of her people, her wedding massacre. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a D. So Kill Bill's kind of like the original John Wick, Jaywell. Just a series that the story is good enough to tie it along together, but you mostly watch it for the cool action scenes. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Filled with courage, Daisy walked straight to Carl. Go to prom with me, she demanded. Yes, ma'am, he answered. Burst of embarrassment ran through Daisy's body. I didn't expect to be asked so abruptly, said Carl, laughing. Daisy was so relieved. Daisy Part 2, Romeo Part 2, Mariano Part 2. Right, we gotta vote for Romeo, we gotta vote for Daisy. We got 2 votes for Daisy. We'll go with Daisy then. Carl came to pick up Daisy at her house. Prom night was finally here. It was a magical night. They talked and laughed and danced. For a moment, it appeared as if they were going to kiss. I just realized I forgot to do something. Oh well, I'll worry about it and just go crazy tonight. But Daisy panicked once more and didn't allow it to happen. I meant to be giving away games during this. Nervous, she excused herself and went to the restroom to calm down. It's happening again. Her lack of courage was going to ruin everything. Do you need help? Said Larry, appearing from the toilet. Larry offered her the deal and Daisy accepted it. Which of these planets is bigger? Earth, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune. Yeah, it's B. I just needed one person to say it. In what fictional town is the video game Alan Wake set? Oakville, Bright Falls, San Fierro, Silent Hill. Ask Larry if she can bust the clog on Mildred while she's down the sewer main. I actually don't know where Alan Wake is set. I'm pretty confident it's not D. Yeah. Galactus says C. We're just gonna go with C. It's apparently Bright Falls. In which of these movies are there aliens? End of watch, Duplicity 9. I might have talked about how District 9 was an alien movie earlier this morning. Or today. Or Donnie Darko. Where is the TV show Dexter set? New York, Miami, Las Vegas, LA. Hello, Pancake. Yeah, I believe it's Miami. What is the second rule of Fight Club in the movie Fight Club? You do not talk about Fight Club. If it's only one fight at a time, fights will go on long as they have to. I don't know.
Hydration check.
I don't know, Jay. Well, it's perfectly fine if you stop around season 4.
Maintain perfect posture. Check.
Thank you for the posture and the hydrates. Yeah, I assume rule 1 is don't talk about Fight Club, so we'll try fist only. Nope, rule 2 is apparently don't talk about Fight Club. Who wrote the James Bond novels? Get the Christie's a choice to include in here. Ian Fleming, Stephen King, Arthur Conan Doyle. I'm pretty confident on this by process of elimination. So, if you're voting for D, you're voting for the guy that wrote Sherlock Holmes, wrote James Bond as well. By process of elimination, as Fortuny said, it's gotta be B. What are the main characters from the movie Watership Down? Humans, foxes, chickens, or rabbits? Yes, Koneko, it is rabbits. Which of these video games begins with the kidnapping of a princess? Shenmue 2, Final Fantasy 9, Golden Sun, Dragon Age Origins, and I do not quite agree with the classification of this question. I I'd argue it isn't really a kidnapping if the princess wants to go with you. Who is the Prince of Sands in the anime Dragon Ball Z? Gohan, Vegeta, Goku, Yamcha. Technically, I argue against this one for different reasons. Because by the time Vegeta's making the claim that he's the Prince of Sands, everyone above him is dead. He should be claiming he's the King of Sands. Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished. Daisy returned just in time for a slow ballad, with hands close together. When the song was near its end, and the moment asked for it, she didn't hesitate. They kissed. Mariano? Carl, who was just with Daisy, or Romeo? Well, we gotta vote for Carl, and I don't know. We'll go with Carl. Prom night 2 weeks ago turned out to be more magical than Carl expected. Daisy had told him that there was something weird going on in her body. She suspected that she might be pregnant, and she was happy about it. Carl wasn't. He didn't want to become a father. Not yet, at least. Daisy was going to take a pregnancy test today. Yes, we're going here. Carl would soon receive her phone call with the results. It seems like you have a wish, said Lariat, appearing out of nowhere. Let's play. How many puppies does Perdita give birth to in Disney's 101 Dalmatians? 99, 15, 24, or 101? Yep, Evil Lariat returns. Yeah, I can't remember if it's B or C. If I recall right, the rest are just stolen from Cruella de Vil. But Galactus is saying C, Kaneko's between B and C, so we'll go C. It is just B. No! More European geography! Which of these European countries is further south? Latvia, United Kingdom, France, Sweden. Hello, Metal! Please, someone that knows geography, save us. Latvia's up north. We got a B. Got a C. We'll go with Fortudius this time. It is France. What studio produced the animated movie Kiki's Delivery Service? Studio Ghibli, Bones, A1 Pictures, or Kyoto Animation? Yeah, I'm gonna make a dumb joke there here because yeah, Bones, Kiki's Delivery Service, is that late 80s, early 90s? I don't think Bones came into existence until 2000s. I think A1 is 2010s and Kyoto's 2000s. Anime nerd here. Alright, I need help with this one. What is the name of the main character in the video game series, or video game Assassin's Creed Unity? I believe the first two are at least assassins. I don't know about the other two. Altair, Aizo, Connor, or Arno. We got a D, we got an A. C was A3, B was 2, Brotherhood, A was 1. So going D. Okay. If you can name all where there's all from, I'm gonna go with you as my choice. What color comes out if you mix red and green light? White, cyan, yellow, magenta. Ah, where's Christopher right now? Christopher was talking color theory the other day. Thinking yellow. Yeah, you need the third color to make white, if I recall right. And let's trust in Pancake this time. It is yellow. Who oppresses the colony of ants in the movie A Bug's Life? Birds, grasshoppers, wasps, fleas. I am not sure. I don't remember A Bug's Life very well. The most logical would be birds, I think. But for some reason, grasshoppers is also calling out to me. Like was released in 2013, Unity 2014. It's been forever. Hello, Pays. Birds are the predators, but I think it's grasshoppers who actually had a personality. Alright, we're gonna go with grasshoppers, because I feel like that's what it was for some reason. It is. We are playing Majotori, which is a quiz game that, based on whether we get answers right or not, people's wishes have come true. We have killed a number of people already by not getting enough answers right. But we're just doing joint trivia. It's a game I had fun with back when it came out in like 2018, and I wanted to play it with Chad as part of the community thing because it was something different and just something fun to celebrate stuff. Who's the main character in the animated series The Critic? Someone put B, but it is Jay Sherman. Or I saw a B, but it doesn't exist, I guess. Who is portrayed as Mozart's rival in the movie Amadeus? Verdi, Handel, Beethoven, or Salieri? I don't know the last one. We killed no one? Yes, there's no one that got burned to death or fell or stuff like that because of our poor answers. I'm fine with going with Galactus' answer this time. It is the one I don't know. Yep. I am outright taking answers from chat to the point, Pays, that if everyone gives an answer I know is wrong, I am still taking that answer. But if it's kind of split and I think I know it, I'll usually go with what I think I know. What form of digital media uses the PNG style extension? Audio, video, text, image. Oh, this is so hard. It's not possible that I've set up multiple PNG tubers. Yes, it's D. All right, let's see if this guy is becoming an unwilling father or if the test is clear. Yes, some of the stakes in this game are ridiculous. Congratulations, said Lyria, and then she vanished. Carol's phone rang. It was Daisy. It turned out she wasn't pregnant. Carol promised to be more careful from there on out. Alright, we have Mariano, Romeo, or Sebastian, who we've seen but not done anything with yet. Sebastian? Okay, we'll go with Sebastian. We'll see what Sebastian's deal is. When Sebastian looked up at the sky, he saw something strange. The sun had a weird shape. Oh right, there'd be an eclipse on that day. Sebastian kept staring at it. It was beautiful. But then when he looked away, something was wrong. He kept seeing a bright stuff, even when he was looking at the ground. Sebastian closed his eyes and wished that it was nothing, that it would go away after a while. Suddenly, the bright star started changing shape. It morphed into a little witch. Sebastian heard a voice in his head offering him a deal, and he accepted it.
Hydration check.
Thank you for the hydrations. In what video game do you work to rebuild the stars in the sky? Proteus, Katamari Damacy, Magica, Limbo. Let's fail. This dude deserves to be blind for willingly talking about that. Yeah, I don't disagree. Magica. Limbo. So, I'm gonna go with Pancake. Just because I want to talk about the game a little bit. Because if you don't know Katamari Damacy, you really should look into it at some point. Because it is an absolute trip. It is a game about a little space prince coming to Earth and collecting material to rebuild the universe. In which of these animes did the two main characters have the same name? His and Her Circus S's, Serial Experience Lane, Revolutionary Girl Utena, or Nana? And I'm going to go with chat on this one, because more people need to watch this show, and I don't know if enough people have watched this show to get this one right. Hello, Leon. Your weakness, anime? Anime is a strength of mine. It might be metal. Is that your guess, or do you want to guess something else? Because if you all want to fail this one, then you got to choose something else. Okay, we got an A, we got a C. You have not seen any of these? Definitely A. So, His and Her Circumstances is another Gainax project, and it's pretty solid, but it pulls an Ava. The last few episodes have no budget. It is very, very sad. Lane is a bit of a mind screw. Revolutionary Girl Uteno is a classic for a lot of people. And I have A, B, C. I have everything but D, so we'll just pick one at random. And then Nana is a series about a character named Nana going to the city and meeting another character named Nana who's a goth rocker. And it is a dramatic romance series that will probably affect your emotions in spots. But you all seem to want this, so we'll go this way. What was the name of the aircraft that dropped the first atomic bomb? The Hindenburg, the Enola Gay, Potkin, or Yamato? You were right, Metal. So I have a tab in the server for mod packs, and this time I actually put the mod pack code in there, Jaywell, so you can just look there. I still need to test that. Yeah, Nana's really good. The worst part about Nana is it doesn't end. The author got sick. All right, we have a bunch of A's. we're gonna go with the A's. Because like I said, I think you all actually want to fail this one, so I'm going with chat on this stuff. But I need to test the repo stuff because there's the new update. But yeah, the Nana author got sick, which is unfortunate because I think there's only like 50 more chapters she needs to write. But she still hasn't said that she's not going back to Nana, but it's been 16 years now. Oh yeah, I know the Hindenburg's blimp. It's the hydrogen blimp that crashes. Which part of the body does the main character in the anime Code Geass lose to the rebellion? Use this magic powder. Here, eye, chest, or hand. We have some B's in here. At least Pancake has a B. I, B. Alright, everyone's guessing B this time. You want to fail? Well, everyone got B instead. In what country is the movie Slumdog Millionaire set? India, Argentina, Brazil, or Mexico? I am not sure. We got an A, we got a C. I'm game with messing with things metal and seeing if people can fail. We got a D. I'm gonna go with whatever one gets lined up first, or things. If we don't get another one real soon, I got one for you. B, so we have one for everyone. The next letter takes it. Okay, A. What ocean is between America and Africa? The Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian, or Southern? We have a C, we have a B, we have a C, we have a C. Alright, I guess we're going with C. It was Atlantic. What game would you like, Leon? What is the name of the main character in the video game Bayonetta? Luca, Bayonetta, Jean, Umbra. We got a Luca, we got a Bayonetta. We have a second Luca. Umbra sounds cool. I think the Lucas have it. What? The game Bayonetta has a main character named Bayonetta? Impossible. That's alright. In what year did Elvis Presley die? He didn't die. 54, 39, 21, 77. Alright, we have a C. Elvis went like True King on the throne. We have a C and a D. And a second D. Alright, I'm gonna go with the D's. Who's the main character in the video game series Broken Sword, The Shadow of the Templars? Bernard Broly, Boston Lowe, George Stobbart, or Guybrush Threepwood? If you wanted to be wrong, I know for a fact it's not Guybrush. That is Monkey Island. But I don't know beyond the other ones. D, only confident answer. Exactly. Oh yeah, Guybrush is a great name. There's some great humor in the Monkey Island games. I highly recommend at this point if you play them though, use a guide. So we got one for D so far. C. Alright, we're gonna give it a chance with this. Alright, Pays has got it. Alright, this guy has about a 50-50 shot of getting his eyes back. He does! Congratulations, said Lariat, and then she vanished.
Sebastian could now see as well as he ever had. He would never stare directly at the sun again. He learned his lesson at least. Alright, I think we're getting down to the end of the game. Mariano or Romeo? Do we get the pseudo-stalker out of the way, or Romeo from Romeo and Juliet? Okay, we'll go this side. Yup, Proteus. Mariano had become a physical education teacher. The high school he worked at had a baseball team. Mariano decided to focus on the team this year and try to win the national championship. He was really excited, but it wasn't something he could do all on his own. He would need students with talent. Leave that to me, said Lariat, appearing out of nowhere. They made the deal. In which of the following video games must you avoid dying in your sleep? Catherine, Dead Space, Five Nights at Freddy's, Silent Hill. I would argue all of these should qualify for this. The official answer is yes, Catherine. What is the mission of the Kakura platoon in the anime Sergeant Frog? To set the cameras free, to each get 1 million yen, to conquer Earth, or to take 100 pictures of beautiful girls. I wish more of this show would have gotten dubbed. At least Discotech Media is releasing the rest of it. Alright, Galactus, hope you go get some good sleep. So it is actually C. They're supposed to conquer Earth. They're bad at it, it's a comedy show. How does the story in the video game Final Fantasy X begin? A meteorite crashes, a princess is captured, the main character wakes with amnesia, or a monster attacks the city. C and a D. Any more guesses out there? D, kinda sure? Sure. It is D. In which of these anime is the main character an adult with a kid's body? Case Closed, Detective Conan, Durarara, Cromartie High School, or Nichijou, My Ordinary Life. I do have outtakes on my YouTube of me trying to say Durarara while doing reviews of anime and just breaking. It is absolutely Case Closed. What are Balthier and Fran in the video game Final Fantasy XII? Soldiers, merchants, pirates, summoners. Take the Paw Patrol game. Alrighty. Since I think we just have a few more of these to do, I will just DM that to you after I get off stream, Leon, if that's alright with you. Sky Pirate couple. Iris it is. What does Ariel trade in exchange for legs in Disney's The Little Mermaid? Her soul, her left hand, her voice, or her father's trident? Arguably, you could make arguments for a couple of these, because the fine print's also her soul and the father's trident, but it is her voice. Which of these video game characters is male? Shell from Portal, Zelda from The Legend of Zelda, Sora from the Kingdom Hearts, or Samus from Metroid? I kind of wish the answer was harder on this one. What game would you like, J-Will? What disease is the main character diagnosed in the movie Dallas Buyers Club? Diabetes, AIDS, cancers, asthma. Trepang 2? Okay. Remind me after stream. I'm gonna try to keep focused on the stream for now. So Paw Patrol for Leon, and Trepang 2 for J-Will. Because I'm gonna try to get enough time in between my streams to make sure that I can test repo real quick and eat and get off the computer for a little bit. We have A B. We're gonna go with B. Hayes has got it. What color represents the category for history in the classic edition of the board game Trivia Pursuit? Blue, yellow, brown, pink. I want to say it's brown, but I'm not sure. B or C? Yes, that's where I'm at myself. Hayes is saying C. We'll go with my instinct. Nope, it is yellow. We now have an 11% chance for this guy to fail. Uh-oh. 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 Congratulations, said Lyria, as she vanished. Mario carried out aptitude tests for the new players. One of them was especially promising. There's a chance for them to win the championship. Alright. We're doing Romeo or Romeo or Romeo. Romeo had asked Juliet to marry him, but everyone knew their families were enemies. Who would be willing to marry them in secret? I know someone who would be, said a witch appearing out of nowhere. Let's make a deal. In which of these movies is there a character named Jacques Clouseau? The Pink Panther, Home Alone, Ghostbusters, Inspector Gadget. Yeah, this feels like a Pink Panther one. I feel like the Pink Panther's French-based. Which of these animes did the main character possess the spirits of Japanese warships? Hunter x Hunter, Fairy Tail, Hentai Collection, or Gintama? Yeah, it's C. I've never seen it, but the other ones definitely don't. What is the imaginary line that divides the Earth into two hemispheres called? The equator, the latitude, rotation axis, or the meridian? We got some A's coming in. It is indeed the equator. What composer does the main character in the movie A Clockwork Orange particularly like? Chopin, Mozart, Wagner, or Beethoven? Thank you, J-Will. I got no clue on this one. I've never seen A Clockwork Orange, so... the Redeem itself should have a link to this, but it is the Google Documents there of fishing games. And then I have a set of new games that I'm giving out to people right now from the last month's fishing. Because each month, at the beginning of the month, I include new games in my fishing stuff, and I give back to people that go fishing a lot, because it's a way to reward my regulars. I will say, there's been a few tests of this now. My dice roll are probably enough that you'll end up in the listing of games if you do the dice roll most days. Since no one has a guess for this one, Chopin. Beethoven. Who created the animated series Family Guy? Seth MacFarlane, known for creating that one Star Trek parody. Alex Hirsch, who did Gravity Falls. Matt Groening, who did Futurama. And Joseph Barbera, which did most of the Yogi Bear stuff. Yeah, it's A. Main character of which of these movies is an alcoholic? Leaving Las Vegas, The Pursuit of Happiness, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, or True Romance? No clue. I don't think I've seen any of these movies. B? B sounds good. Someone being an alcoholic in a movie called The Pursuit of Happiness feels right. J, well, I don't think it's B. That's fine. It's leaving Las Vegas, apparently. What kind of food specially hates the main character in the comic strip? Mafalda? Meat, fruit, pizza, soup? I don't know this comic strip at all. Anyone know this? Given the spelling of color and whatnot, I'm guessing, and all the European geography questions, I'm guessing this is a European comic of some sort. We're gonna go with fruit, I guess. It is soup. Snoozing the ads for a bit. In what year was the movie Jurassic Park released in theaters? 90, 93, 96, 99. 99 is the year The Matrix came out. It's Argentinian, huh? Yeah, no clue on that one. No, we had a question about what island Jurassic Park was set on. We didn't have a release date for Jurassic Park. Yeah, I'm thinking C. In what state is the animated series Family Guy set in? Langley Falls, Bikini Bottom, Rhode Island, Springfield. I feel like location would be a better state than state in this. All right. So we have a B and a C and a C so far. So I guess we're going C. Langley Falls is either Family Guy or American Dad. One of the two. Must be American Dad. Congratulations, said Larry. Then she vanished. Just then, a friar, who was a friend of Romeo's family, passed by. Romeo explained the situation to him. Gravity Falls is set in Gravity Falls. Such a union can end the animosity between both your families, he said. I'll do it. Same night, they met in secret. Romeo and Juliet were declared husband and wife. We got another one for Juliet. When Juliet's family heard about the wedding with Romeo, they were livid. They didn't accept their union and wanted Juliet to marry someone of their own choosing instead. Juliet had a plan. To drink a potion that would put her in a death-like coma. When Romeo would come to rescue her from the crypt, they would flee together. Would Romeo understand that she was not actually dead? I'll make sure he understands, said Larry, appearing behind her. Let's play. What is the main character's blade in the anime Kill la Kill shaped like? An umbrella, a needle, a scissor, a cross. Yeah, it's scissor. Pancake's got it. Which of these movies is there a character named James Bond? 7 Pounds, Slumdog Millionaire, Gran Torino, or Quantum of Solace? And we got D from Fortuitous. This one is definitely Quantum of Solace. How many expansions did the video game The Sims have? I'm assuming we're talking about the first one, because none of these are nearing triple digits. But I believe The Sims 1 and 2 and 3 all had a bunch of them too. A? Sure, we can go with A. You are correct. In which of these animes is there a ritual called the Holy Grail War? Code Geass, Full Metal Alchemist, Fate Stay Night, Elfen Lied. Weird show, has a very artistic opening. A lot of the rest of the show is not amazing. Fun show. Solid show. You are correct, Pancake. The Fate series is always about the Holy Grail War. Yes, Pays. More anime. In which of these video games are you told there will be cake at the end? Portal? Five Nights at Freddy's? Magical Diary? Or Recitaire and Item Shop Tale? Recitaire shout-out is nice. A. But the cake is a lie. What do the antagonists look for in the movie Transformers? The Robo Key, the Mega Force, the Optimus Prime, the Allspark. Yep, I am definitely going to play the new version of Recitaire when that comes out, if it comes out in English. Yeah, it's the Allspark. In which of these TV shows is a spin-off to Breaking Bad? Fargo, Narcos, The Boys, or Better Call Saul? The Boys is that old? Huh. Yep. D. Why can't the main characters make noise in the movie A Quiet Place? Because they turn into stone, because it's illegal, because it attracts monsters, because they are ghosts. Yeah, as far as I know, it's because it attracts monsters. How do the main characters in the anime Cowboy Bebop earn a living? They are mercenary warriors, they are compete in space in races, they are bounty hunters, they are security guards. I mean, a number of these would actually probably be correct given where Bebop goes, but their official job are they are space bounty hunters. Juliet is safe. They did not earn a living. That's fair. Congratulations, said Lyria, and then she vanished. Juliet drank the potion and fell into a death-like coma. When her family found out, they believed her dead and took her to the family's crypt. The news eventually reached Romeo, who then went to see her. Refusing to believe she was dead, he waited at her side. Eventually, Juliet woke up. They fled together, but when their families heard the story, they asked them to come back. They were so moved by the strength of their love that they ended their enmity. Juliet and Romeo lived happily together. I need to snooze ads for a little bit more, because there is still one more left. I knew that much. I knew how this game ends. I remembered that. We have a lariat scene. We're approaching the end of this. Lariat was a young game designer. She was developing a trivia game which had a witch version of herself as the main character. When the game was finished, she took it to a publisher so she could sell it to the public. The editor wasn't impressed. So Lariat challenged her game to a game of trivia, like in the game, only now she would be the one answering the questions. If Lariat won, the editor would have to publish her game. No, that's stupid. Why would I accept such a thing? Said the editor. Because it would be so meta, replied Lariat. Now, that was a good reason. Okay, let's just see how much you know. Why does the main character create a suit of armor in the movie Iron Man? To avenge his father, to kill the Batman, to fight crime, to escape from a terrorist group? Yeah, it's D. What part of the eye controls how much light enters the eyeball? Cornea, sclera, pupil, iris. Just gonna hit the last snooze real quick. Pupil? Yeah, if you think about it, when your pupils are dilated, it's hard to look around because you're getting way too much light. In which of these video game franchises do you pilot planes? Shenmue, System Shock, Time Combat, or Ace Combat? Yep. This one is D. What is Jerry's profession in the TV show Seinfeld? Lawyer, supermarket cashier, comedian, high school teacher? Is it meta enough that's comedian? I don't remember. Thinking it's comedian, because he does stand-up stuff at the beginning of each episode. What is a Hokage? A special attack in the anime Bleach, a treasure in the anime One Piece, the leader of a village in the anime Naruto, or kind of monster in the anime Dragon Ball Z? I might know how to pronounce this because I've watched this entire series. Which of these developers does not appear in the documentary film Indie Game the Movie? Edmund Macmillan, Rami Ishmael, Phil Fish, Jonathan Blow. Also, if you're all having fun with the trivia today, tomorrow we're doing something slightly similar but slightly different. Hey, Volmini. That's right. I need to get you the shout out. I need to add you to my to-do list. Jonathan Blow is the one that did Witness. I hope you're doing well, Velmini. It's lovely to see you. No, I gotta do it. So we got some bees in. Festivities have been fun. Yeah, so far so good. What's the secret identity of Superman? Tony Stark, Clark Kent, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner. Yeah, it's B. We're not even gonna think about this one too long. What fictional place is the anime Aria the Animation set in? Area 11, Gensokyo, Silver Millennium, Neo Venezia. But yeah, I was getting in. Tomorrow's the last day of festivities. During the day, we are going to be doing King of the Castle. During that, I will be in charge of a monarch trying to keep it going, and anyone here that wants to join, anyone that's around tomorrow, can join in with the game as a noble trying to manipulate the kingdom in order to get your own people on their throne. It is a lot of fun. It is super fun if a lot of people are around. And if you end up joining but can only make it for a little bit, that's fine. The game keeps track of how often people are answering and changes things and balances things around people kind of coming in and out. Yeah, I believe it's D. I've watched one episode of this anime. The flag of which of these countries does not have vertical stripes? Ireland, France, Germany, Italy. No clue. Yeah, I'm hoping lots of people show up for King of the Castle tomorrow. That will be fun. And then the end of tomorrow will be our massive Hell Mode co-op Legend of Ocarina of Time. Germany, we'll go with Galactus' Germany. But tonight, when I get back, we'll be repo with people. Congratulations, said the editor. And then they made a deal. Thank you so much for helping me out, Lariat said. As thanks, I'll put you in the credits. And that's our game. There is obviously some branching paths, because if we didn't fail on some stuff, we'd see some new stuff. And if you succeed on some stuff, you get some more branches. But there's also obviously sometimes that there's positives and negative branches on this game. But this was a cute little game. It's not very expensive, that I played years back, that I thought would be fun to play with you all. So I hope you all had a lot of fun with that. But like I said, I'm really looking forward to King of the Castle tomorrow. I'm hoping a lot of you show back up for that, and we'll play along with that. And we're going through showing everyone we got killed. Yeah, if you're interested in it at all pays, I think it's $1.19 right now USD. It is stupid cheap. But it's a game that I've been wanting to play with chat for a while. I've been meaning, like, I thought it would be fun to showcase this game, do trivia together. I have an actual trivia game for us to play at some point too, but I found the story and everything to this fun. So we're going to be raiding out soon, so I can have some time to do stuff. I've got 5 minutes. I also saw in the middle of all of this, Roguemon just got an update. So I'm going to glance at that real quick before we leave, because I might be playing some Roguemon tonight after Repo. It's a quality of life one. Biggest feature is the Roguemon rule enforcement mode, which is a round feature that will force some key rules to the rule set. Enforcement mode will be toggled off from the start menu if desired. That's cool. That's kind of cool that there's stuff. But yeah, I'm going to quickly do this too. Volmini here is a wonderful person. Going to be rebuilding his account so he can archive his old account. And you should go follow Volmini and help them get back, or him get back to affiliate and whatnot. With that being said, we will be back in a little under 2 hours for Repo with a bunch of people. And like I said, King of the Castle tomorrow. It is a lot of fun. It's going to be great if we can have a lot of people here for it. And if you want to be able to customize your characters and whatnot, you can buy the game for $5, and that will allow you to go in, customize all your characters, link it with Twitch, and you'll be able to bring in your characters in my stream tomorrow. But you don't need to buy it at all. It is completely free for you to join, which is another great thing about King of the Castle. We can have that set up, and people just join for free, and you'll just get a random character. It is just a wonderful, larger game. Who's all on? Who's all playing something I care about? We're going to go over here. So, Peepus is a teammate of mine. Also rated me recently. Also celebrating an anniversary. So we're going to go head over to him. I need raid, not shout out. Yeah, this was trivia, Luke. We are just wrapping up. We just beat the game. We could do better some other time. But for today, we did okay. But Majotori is a cute little game that I wanted to play with the community. Tonight we'll be back with Repo. Tomorrow will be King of the Castle. And tomorrow night will be a very hard Ocarina of Time randomizer with a couple other Ocarina of Time rando players that I know. I've got 2 minutes, so we're going to head over to Peepus. We're going to wish Peepus a happy anniversary. So just a nice, simple, happy anniversary is the raid message. And no problem, Volmini. Thank you for stopping by. I hope everyone had a lot of fun today. As I said, this is one of a few games that I really want to just showcase for people at some point, because this developer makes a lot of cute games like this, and this is one I just really enjoyed. At some point, I'm going to do Itadaki Street and Avoid Rain Pounds Her Heart. I'm probably going to do Itadaki Street for my birthday in August. With that said, hope you all have a good one. See you later. Bye-bye.